The Atlantic is never truly quiet. Even in its calmer moods, it breathes, long, slow swells rising and falling like the chest of something immense and sleeping. In December of 1872, the sea between the Azores and the coast of Portugal wore that particular grey that belongs only to winter ocean light, a colour without a name, somewhere between pewter and grief. A brigantine appeared on the horizon at a little past 1 in the afternoon. The crew of a passing ship, the Dei Grazia, spotted her first as a shape against the sky, her sails set, her hull moving forward, a vessel under way. There was nothing unusual about this at first glance. Ships crossed these waters every day, following the old trade routes that had carried cargo and ambition back and forth across the Atlantic for centuries. But something about the way she moved was wrong. Not dramatically wrong. Not the lurching of a stricken vessel or the listing of a hull taking on water. Something quieter than that. Something that the first officer of the Dei Grazia noticed without being able to name immediately. She was yawing. Drifting slightly off course with each swell, correcting herself, then drifting again. The movement of a ship without a steady hand on her wheel. The Dei Grazia came alongside. Hails were called across the water. No one answered. The deck of the other ship was empty. Her sails were improperly set, several damaged, and one had come loose entirely, but she was still moving. Still sailing. The ship had a name painted on her hull, Mary Celeste. She had left New York 8 weeks earlier bound for Genoa, carrying 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol, and she had arrived here, in the middle of the ocean, roughly 600 miles east of the Azores, entirely without her crew. No one was aboard. Not the captain. Not his wife or their young daughter, who had traveled with him. Not the 7 sailors who had been on the manifest. The ship's log had entries up to the 25th of November, 10 days before she was found. The last entry recorded nothing dramatic. Nothing alarming. Just a position and a date, written in a calm hand, and then silence. What happened to the people on the Mary Celeste has never been satisfactorily explained. The ship was in reasonable condition. There was food in the galley, personal belongings in the cabins, the cargo almost entirely intact. The single lifeboat was gone. But everything else remained, arranged in the ordinary way of ordinary life at sea, waiting for people who never came back. This is that story. Told slowly, in the way the ocean moves, unhurried, and deep. Find a comfortable position now. Let your shoulders settle. Let the weight of the day begin to loosen from your hands, your jaw, the space behind your eyes. You are going somewhere tonight, somewhere cold and quiet, somewhere out on the open water, where the only sounds are wind and wave and the slow creak of timber under sail. If you enjoy stories like this one, slow, atmospheric, drawn from the deep archives of history and mystery, subscribe to this channel. New stories arrive every week, each one designed to carry you gently out of the noise of the day and into the particular peace that comes from losing yourself in something old and strange and far away. The year is 1872. The world is one of sailing ships and iron boilers and telegraph wires strung across continents that still feel genuinely immense. The Atlantic Ocean is not a crossing to be taken lightly. It takes weeks. It requires provisions and experienced crew and a captain who knows how to read weather and current and the particular mood of the sea. It is a world in which the sea still holds genuine mystery, in which a ship can simply vanish, and no one on shore will know for weeks, and perhaps no one will ever know at all. You are going to follow the Mary Celeste from the moment she was built, through the years of her working life on these cold waters, to the morning she left New York Harbor with her captain and his family and a crew of 7 capable men. You are going to be there, in a manner of speaking, on the 5th of December when the Dei Grazia came alongside and found her sailing alone. You are going to sit with all the theories, the waterspouts and the alcohol fumes and the mutiny and the insurance fraud and the sea creatures and the things that have no satisfying name. And at the end, you are going to sit with the silence that remains. There is something about an unsolved mystery that the mind finds restful, once you stop needing it to be solved. Once you accept that some things simply are as they are, a ship found sailing herself, a crew gone without a word, you can let the mystery become something else. Not a problem. A companion. A story that ends with open water and the sound of wind in the sails and the particular peace of not knowing. The ocean is outside your window tonight, in a way. Or it can be. Let it be. Let the sound of it come to you, that long, rhythmic breathing, and let this story take you out onto its surface, gently, into the December gray. A ship begins as wood. That is the first thing to understand, not as iron or steel, not as the abstraction of tonnage and registry numbers, but as actual trees, felled in actual forests, shaped by actual hands that smelled of sawdust and pitch and the particular cold of a maritime shipyard in the early morning. The vessel we know as the Mary Celeste began her life in the winter of 1860 and 1861, in a shipyard on Spencer's Island, Nova Scotia. Spencer's Island is a small place, a community built around the sea in the way that coastal communities always are, not poetically, but practically. The men there knew ships the way farmers know soil. They knew the grain of the timber and the weight of a keel and the way a hull would sit in the water before it had ever touched the water at all. The ship was originally called the Amazon. That name carries its own weight, the great river, the place of legend and wildness, the far end of the known world. Whether the builders had any of that in mind is not recorded. It may have simply been a name that sounded well. Ships are named for all sorts of reasons, and the reasons are not always as meaningful as they seem in retrospect. She was a brigantine, which is a specific type of two-masted sailing vessel with a particular arrangement of square and fore and aft rigging that made her well suited for the North Atlantic trade routes. A brigantine is not a large ship. The Amazon, as she was first registered, measured roughly 282 tons. She was a working vessel, designed for the carrying of cargo, timber and fish and manufactured goods and whatever else the trade winds demanded, across waters that were rarely kind and occasionally brutal. The Amazon was launched in May of 1861. She slid into the waters of the Bay of Fundy on a morning that history does not trouble itself to describe in detail, and she began her life as a commercial vessel. Her first captain was Robert McClellan, and the first voyage under his command ended almost before it began. McClellan fell ill shortly after departure and died without ever completing a crossing. It was a bad beginning. Maritime superstition is not something to dismiss lightly in an era when the sea genuinely killed people with some regularity, and a captain dying on his first voyage was the kind of event that left a mark on a ship's reputation. The Amazon did not improve her reputation quickly. Under her next captain, she was involved in a collision in the Strait of Dover, struck by an iron brig in poor visibility, and suffered significant damage. She was repaired, but the costs were substantial. Over the following years, she changed hands more than once, each owner hoping to turn a profit on a vessel that seemed to generate expenses faster than income. She ran aground. She was damaged again. She was repaired again. The accounts of her early career read like a catalogue of misfortune, the kind that follows certain ships the way certain weather follows certain coastlines, persistently and without obvious cause. By 1867, she had been driven ashore at Cow Bay, Nova Scotia, badly enough that her owners wrote her off as a total loss. She was sold at auction for a fraction of what she had originally cost to build. A man named Alexander McBean bought her, had her refloated, and undertook a substantial refit. The repairs changed her character somewhat, she was lengthened, her tonnage increased to around 282 tons under the new measurements, her interior reconfigured. When she emerged from the yard, she was a different vessel in some ways, though the hull was the same timber, the same bones. McBean sold her again. The ship passed through several more owners over the next few years, each one buying and selling, refitting, renaming, re-registering. This is the ordinary commerce of maritime trade in the 19th century. Ships were assets, bought and sold with the same practicality as any other commercial property. The sentimentality that we attached to ships in retrospect was not always present in the moment. In October of 1869, the vessel was purchased by a consortium of American buyers and re-registered in New York under the name Mary Celeste. The renaming of a ship was considered unlucky in some maritime traditions. The old name carried with it a kind of spiritual identity, and to change it was to court trouble. Whether any of the new owners held such beliefs is not known. They were men of commerce, primarily interested in the ship's cargo capacity and the profitability of the routes she could run. The name Mary Celeste is sometimes rendered as Marie Celeste in older accounts, and that small error has persisted through the decades in ways that illustrate how history works. A detail gets slightly wrong, and the slight wrongness becomes its own tradition, repeated often enough that it begins to feel like the truth. The actual name on her hull and her registration papers was Mary Celeste, without the French softening. A plain name. A common name. The kind of name given to daughters in churches and ships that were expected to do their work quietly and without fuss. By 1872, the Mary Celeste had been in service for over a decade. She had accumulated the kind of history that working ships accumulate, a mix of routine and incident, the long quiet stretches of open ocean interspersed with the sudden demands of bad weather and tight harbors and difficult cargo. She was not a famous ship. She was not a beautiful ship in any particularly remarkable way. She was a competent vessel doing competent work on the North Atlantic routes, and that was enough. The men who would eventually sail her on her final voyage, or rather, on the voyage from which no man returned, knew her in that practical way. They knew which hatches ran tight and which needed attention. They knew the way she handled in a following sea and what she needed in a headwind. They knew her as a tool of their trade, and they trusted her the way working people trust the things they know well. The ship was sound. That much is certain. She had been surveyed and found seaworthy before her final departure. Her hull was tight, her rigging in reasonable order, her pumps functional. Whatever happened to the people aboard her in November and December of 1872, it was not, or at least not straightforwardly, the fault of the ship herself. She was a vessel that had survived much and would survive more. The ocean would keep her afloat long after her crew had gone. She would sail herself for days, without hands, without guidance, across hundreds of miles of winter Atlantic, and she would be found, sound enough, capable enough, still underway. There is something about that image that refuses to be comfortable. A ship moving through the water, doing what ships do, following the wind the way she had been built to follow it, and no one aboard. No one watching the horizon. No one feeling the cold spray. Just the ship, and the ocean, and the sound of the wind in the rigging, and the slow, purposeful motion of a vessel going somewhere that no one had directed her to go. Let that image settle. Let it become the texture of this story. A ship sailing herself. The sea very large, and very grey, and very old. And somewhere in the distance, a crew that has simply ceased to be, without explanation, without farewell, without anything left behind but the ordinary objects of their ordinary lives. The wind is steady tonight. The ship moves on. You are watching from a distance that is both very close and very far. The trade in which the Mary Celeste and ships like her participated was the lifeblood of the 19th century Atlantic world. Cotton went east from the American South, finding its way to the mills of Lancashire. Manufactured goods came west, filling the holds of returning vessels with products of British and European industry. Timber moved south from the Baltic and north from the American forests. Fish moved in every direction, salt preserved and packed in barrels, providing protein for populations on both sides of the ocean. And alcohol, commercial, industrial, not for drinking, moved according to the demands of chemists and manufacturers and the processes that required it. This trade required ships, and ships required men, and the men who sailed these ships were a distinct class of person whose way of life set them apart from the settled population in ways that were recognized but not always understood. A sailor in the era of sail was not a soldier, not a farmer, not a craftsman in the ordinary sense. He was a person whose skill consisted partly of physical strength and endurance, partly of practical knowledge accumulated over years of experience, and partly of something harder to name, a capacity to be at ease in a world that was in constant motion, that offered no fixed horizon, that demanded immediate response to conditions that changed without notice. The shipyards of Nova Scotia where the Amazon was built had been producing such vessels for generations. The timber was local, black spruce and hackmatack, woods that had been used for ship construction in these waters for a century and a half. The tools were the tools of the woodworking trade, sharpened and maintained with the care that professional craftsmen give to instruments that are the medium between their knowledge and the world. The men who built her knew what they were building. They knew that a ship built in Spencer's Island would sail to Halifax, to Boston, to London, to the Caribbean and back, and that the quality of their work was the difference between a vessel that performed reliably and one that became a liability. The brigantine was a particularly practical rig for the North Atlantic trade in the mid-19th century. The combination of square sails on the foremast and fore and aft sails on the main gave a vessel the ability to make reasonable progress in a variety of wind conditions, square sails for running before the wind, which was efficient and fast, and fore and aft sails for sailing closer to the wind, which was slower but allowed more flexibility of direction. A skilled crew could adjust the balance of the rig to suit the conditions, which on the Atlantic were rarely simple. The Amazon's early misfortunes were not entirely unusual for a working ship of her era. The 19th century Atlantic was a demanding environment, and the losses of ships and men were absorbed by the maritime communities of the age with a practicality that seems callous from a distance but was in fact the only way to continue operating in conditions where risk was inherent and unavoidable. When a ship was lost, the owners claimed the insurance, the families of the crew received whatever was owed to them, and new ships were built and new crews were engaged, because the trade had to continue. The accumulation of owners that the Amazon and later the Mary Celeste went through in her first decade was not unusual either. Ships changed hands for all sorts of reasons: the death of an owner, financial difficulty, a reassessment of which routes were profitable and which were not, the simple arithmetic of maintenance costs against earning potential. A ship that was not making money in her current configuration might make money under different ownership with a different cargo on a different route. The maritime commercial world was one of constant adjustment and reallocation. By the time Benjamin Briggs came into the story, the ship had behind her a decade of this kind of history, changed names, changed owners, accumulated repairs and modifications. She was not a young vessel, though she was not old by the standards of the era. She was a ship in the middle of her working life, known to be seaworthy though not without her complications, available for service at a price that reflected her age and her history. Briggs had an investment in the ship, in the literal financial sense. He held a partial ownership stake, as was common for sea captains of his era, who often invested in the vessels they commanded as a way of aligning their financial interests with the success of the voyage. This meant that he was not merely an employee carrying out instructions but a stakeholder whose own money was tied up in the outcome of the crossing. This detail is sometimes used in support of the fraud theories: a partial owner would benefit from insurance fraud, but it also simply reflects the normal commercial structure of maritime enterprise in 1872. The morning the Mary Celeste left New York Harbor, the waterfront would have been the usual early morning scene of a busy commercial port: the creaking of ships at their moorings, the cries of dock workers, the smell of tar and salt water and the particular river smell of the Hudson at that latitude in early November. The city behind the waterfront was New York at the peak of its post-Civil War expansion, growing northward up Manhattan Island, filling with immigrants and commerce and the noise of a society that had recently survived a terrible war and was now, with the heedless energy of the recently relieved, expanding in every possible direction. The captain and his family and crew passed through all of this without leaving much more record than any other departing ship. The manifest was filed. The cargo was inspected. The vessel was cleared for departure. The lines were cast off. The tug, perhaps, took her out into the stream. And then she was under her own power, moving down the harbor toward the Narrows and the open Atlantic, carrying her people and her cargo and her history out into the ocean that received her as it received all ships, indifferently, without particular regard for what she carried or what had happened to her before. Benjamin Spooner Briggs was 37 years old in the autumn of 1872, and he was the kind of man who inspired confidence in the people around him. This is not a small thing. A sea captain in the age of sail occupied a position of near absolute authority over the people under his command, and the quality of that authority, whether it was calm or tyrannical, competent or reckless, determined in large part whether a voyage ended well or badly. Briggs came from a seafaring family in the same way that certain families simply belong to certain occupations across generations, not because anyone decreed it but because the knowledge and the temperament and the opportunity all gathered in the same place and became tradition. He was born in Wareham, Massachusetts, in 1835, the second of 5 sons, and the sons of Nathan Briggs seemed almost inevitably drawn toward the sea. 3 of Benjamin's brothers became sea captains. The ocean was not an abstraction for the Briggs family. It was the medium through which they moved through the world. Benjamin had been at sea since his late teens and had commanded his own vessels since his mid-20s. By 1872, he had completed numerous crossings of the North Atlantic without serious incident. He had a reputation for sobriety, competence, and fair dealing with his crews. He was a religious man, not in a fervent, imposing way, but in the quiet way of someone whose faith was a private anchor rather than a public performance. He did not drink. He maintained discipline aboard his ships without cruelty. The men who had sailed under him, by all available accounts, respected him. His wife was Sarah Elizabeth Briggs, née Cobb. She was 30 years old in 1872, the daughter of a Congregationalist minister, and she was not the kind of woman who stayed quietly at home while her husband went to sea. This was not uncommon in the maritime communities of 19th-century New England. The wives of ship captains often traveled with their husbands, particularly on longer voyages, and particularly when the couple had children old enough to travel but young enough to need their mother's clothes. Sarah Briggs was, by the evidence of the letters she wrote in the days before the Mary Celeste's departure, a woman of intelligence and good humor. She wrote well. Her letters to her mother-in-law, which survive, are warm and practical and occasionally funny, the letters of someone who found the world genuinely interesting and was not in the habit of dramatizing her circumstances. She mentioned the preparations for the voyage. She mentioned the cargo, the 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol, and noted, in a passage that would later be studied with considerable care, that she had heard the other men of the crew and found them satisfactory. Their daughter was Sophia Matilda Briggs, 2 years old at the time of the voyage. She was their second child. Their son Arthur, who was 7, was not on the voyage, he stayed behind in Massachusetts with his grandmother. The fact that Arthur was not aboard the Mary Celeste is one of the small, painful details of this story. His parents and his sister went without him. He would outlive them all by many decades, and in his old age he spoke occasionally about what he remembered and what he did not remember, and what it meant to have been the one who stayed home. There is a photograph of Benjamin Briggs that survives from this period. He looks, in it, exactly as one might expect, a solidly built man with dark hair and a full beard, wearing the sober dark clothing of a prosperous New England sea captain, looking at the camera with an expression of calm directness. He does not look like a man who was afraid of anything in particular. He looks like a man who expected the world to behave reasonably and who had the competence to deal with it when it did not. Sarah's photograph, if one existed, has not survived in accessible form. But her letters give her a presence that photographs cannot always provide. She was preparing for what she expected to be a straightforward crossing, difficult in the way that all winter Atlantic crossings are difficult, but not dangerous, not unusual. She was looking forward to the time in Italy. She was bringing her guitar on board. That detail, the guitar, is one of the things found in the captain's cabin when the ship was discovered sailing alone. It was there, with her music books, with her sewing, with the small domestic objects that she had brought to make the ship feel like a home for the weeks of the voyage. The guitar was not broken, not damaged, not thrown about. It sat where she had placed it, waiting for hands that never returned. The crew of the Mary Celeste numbered 7 men, in addition to the captain and his family. They were Albert G. Richardson, the first mate, 28 years old, a man Briggs trusted enough to have sailed with before. He was engaged to be married, his fiancée was waiting for him in New York. Then there was Andrew Gilling, the second mate, a Dane, 25 years old and experienced beyond his years on these waters. The cook was Edward William Head, from New York, 23 years old. The 4 able seamen were Volkert Lorenzen, his brother Boz Lorenzen, Arian Martins, and Gottlieb Gondeschalk, all German, all experienced. They had been recruited through the normal channels of maritime labor in New York, and Briggs had satisfied himself that they were capable men. Sarah, in her letter, confirmed this. The crew was good. On the 4th of November, 1872, the Mary Celeste left New York harbor bound for Genoa, Italy. The cargo was 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol, the property of Meissner Ackerman and Company of New York. Alcohol was a common cargo on these routes. It moved between the Americas and Europe in vast quantities, used in industrial processes, in medicine, in the production of other goods. There was nothing unusual about it. The day of departure was later described as ordinary in all respects. The ship was loaded, provisioned, crewed, and ready. The weather was the weather of early November on the New York waterfront, cold, clear, with a wind off the harbor that smelled of salt and distant winter. Benjamin Briggs watched his crew at their work with the focused calm of a man who had done this many times and saw no reason to expect this time to be different. Sarah Briggs stood at the rail with Sophia in her arms and watched the city recede. Or perhaps she was below, settling the baby, arranging the cabin, finding places for the guitar and the books and the small necessities of a month at sea. History does not record which. History records only that the ship left, that the people on it were alive and in good health, and that no one on shore ever saw them again. What does it feel like, to watch a harbor disappear behind you? The way the sounds change first, the cries of the gulls, the lapping of the water against the pilings, the voices of the dock, and then the smells. The waterfront smell of old rope and fish and tar gives way to something cleaner and emptier, the smell of open water, of distance. The city becomes a dark line on the horizon. Then it becomes a suggestion. Then it is gone. For a working captain making a familiar crossing, this departure was routine. He had stood at this point many times before and watched the land disappear without particular emotion. The ocean was his workplace. He knew it the way an office worker knows a desk. But for Sophia, not yet 3 years old, the world was very large and very full of new sensations, the movement of the deck beneath her feet, the cold wind, the immensity of the water spreading out in all directions. We do not know what she made of it. We do not know if she cried or laughed or fell asleep in her mother's arms with the motion of the ship rocking her. She was 2 years old, and 2-year-olds leave very little historical record. She is one of the most heartbreaking figures in this story precisely because she is so silent, present in the manifest, absent from every subsequent account, a name attached to an age and nothing else. The Mary Celeste moved out into the Atlantic. The wind was with her. The sea was as the sea is in early November, grey and cold and capable of anything. The captain went about his duties. His wife settled her household aboard the ship. The crew found their rhythms, the way crews do in the first days of a long voyage, when the routines establish themselves and the vessel becomes its own small world. They sailed east. Toward Genoa. Toward whatever waited for them out there on the winter ocean. The Massachusetts communities from which the Briggs family came were deeply embedded in the maritime economy of New England in ways that shaped everything about how they understood the world. Marion, where the family had roots, was a small town on Buzzards Bay, close enough to the water that the sound of it was part of the background of daily life, the smell of it a constant presence, the rhythms of tides and seasons and departures and arrivals the organizing structure of the community's existence. In such communities, the sea was not metaphorical. It was not the subject of romantic poetry, though the romantic poets had certainly made use of it. It was the means of livelihood, the source of wealth and loss, the place that took the men of the family for months at a time and returned them, when it returned them, changed by the experience of distances that the people who stayed behind could only imagine. The wives of sea captains were a particular kind of person, accustomed to managing household and children and finances in the extended absence of their husbands, accustomed to the anxious calculation of expected returns that might or might not materialize. Sarah Briggs was 30 years old and had been married to Benjamin since 1862. They had spent the decade of their marriage moving between the shore and the sea in the way that maritime families did, together for the months when he was in port, separated for the months when he was not, the household maintaining itself under her direction while he was away, reuniting and then separating again in a rhythm that was simply the texture of that kind of life. The decision to bring Sarah and Sophia on this particular voyage was not unusual but was not automatic either. Some voyages were suitable for family travel, others were not. The calculation involved the length of the passage, the expected conditions, the destination, the character of the cargo, and Sarah's own preferences, which were clearly significant in the Briggs household. She had sailed with her husband before. She knew what ocean travel involved and had formed her own assessment of it. Her letters in the days before departure are full of practical detail. She mentions packing. She mentions the state of her preparations. She mentions Sophia's health. The baby had been slightly unwell in the preceding weeks, which caused some anxiety, and expresses satisfaction that she is now recovered. She mentions the guitar, which she had decided to bring partly because the music was a comfort and partly because the evenings on a long ocean passage could be long indeed without something to occupy the mind. The guitar itself, a parlor guitar of the period, strung with gut strings, tuned by pegs that were sensitive to changes in humidity and temperature, would have been wrapped in cloth or placed in its case for travel. It would have been stored in the captain's cabin, accessible for the evenings when the ship was sailing steadily and the weather permitted the simple domestic comfort of music after the day's work was done. Sarah played, and presumably sang. What she played and what she sang is not recorded. The music, like so much else, is simply gone. The crew who assembled on the Mary Celeste in the first days of November 1872 were men who knew each other only in the way that working crews sometimes know each other, by reputation, perhaps, or through the networks of the maritime labor market in New York, or simply by the assessment that Briggs made when he engaged them. A captain assembling a crew for a transatlantic crossing had to make judgments about character and competence from limited information. He looked at records, asked questions, observed the manner of the men presenting themselves, and made his best assessment. The German sailors, the Lorenzens, Martins, Gondeschok, were part of the substantial German immigrant population in New York in the 1870s, which had swelled with the waves of emigration that followed the political disruptions of 1848 and the economic pressures of the following decades. German sailors were considered capable and reliable, and the presence of 4 of them on the Mary Celeste's manifest was not remarkable. They would have had some English, as most working sailors in the Atlantic trade did, but German would have been the language of their conversations with each other. The first mate, Albert Richardson, was the most significant of the non-family people aboard the ship. In the chain of command of a sailing vessel, the first mate was the captain's deputy, responsible for the practical management of the ship's daily operations, the assignment of watches, the supervision of the crew, the maintenance of the rigging and sails, the keeping of the log. He was a bridge between the captain's authority and the crew's labor, a figure who had to be trusted by both. Briggs had sailed with Richardson before, which was a significant expression of confidence. A captain who chose the same first mate for multiple voyages was making a statement about that man's competence and character. Richardson was 28, young for the position but clearly capable enough to have earned Briggs's trust. He had his own life waiting for him in New York, the fiancé, the future, the ordinary human structure of attachment and anticipation that makes departure a particular kind of experience. He expected to return. He had specific things to return to. If you are drifting now, let yourself go. The Mary Celeste is still out there on the water, and her story will be waiting for you when you return. Subscribe so the next story is ready when you need it. Sleep well. A ship's log is a plain document. It records positions and weather, courses and distances, the state of the wind and the condition of the sea. It is not a diary. It is not a personal account of the emotional texture of life aboard a vessel. It is a practical record kept for practical purposes, navigation, insurance, legal accountability. And yet there is something in its plainness that becomes moving over time, in retrospect. The log of the Mary Celeste is a sequence of ordinary days described in the most ordinary language, and then it stops. The log was kept in the hand of Albert Richardson, the first mate, for much of the voyage. Some entries may have been made by Briggs himself. The handwriting is careful, the entries brief. They record the position of the ship at noon each day, calculated by celestial observation, the sextant measurement of the sun's altitude at its highest point, translated through mathematical tables into degrees of latitude and longitude. They record the course and the wind direction and the distance covered in the previous 24 hours. For the first 2 weeks of the voyage, the log records what might be expected of a November Atlantic crossing. The weather was mixed, some fair days, some rough ones. The ship made reasonable progress. There were no incidents worth noting, which is exactly what a ship's captain hopes for. The absence of incident in a ship's log is a record of success. The log entries from this period give no hint of anything wrong. The ship was on course. The crew was well. The weather was within the normal range of unpleasantness that Atlantic sailors expected and accepted. Benjamin Briggs, in these entries, is simply a man doing his job, recording position and weather with the same careful hand that he had brought to dozens of previous crossings. Life aboard a small sailing vessel on a long ocean passage has a particular quality that is difficult to convey to anyone who has not experienced it. The world shrinks to the dimensions of the ship. The horizon is always the same distance away, always moving as you move, always retreating. The sounds become the only sounds: wind, water, timber, rope. The smells become the only smells: salt, tar, bilge water, the particular smell of a ship's galley in cold weather. For Sarah Briggs, this world was not unfamiliar. She had made ocean crossings before and had developed the sea legs and the sea patience that the experience requires. She had Sophia to attend to, which gave structure to the days. The baby needed feeding, needed tending, needed the particular quality of attention that keeps a small child content in a confined space. Sarah's guitar was there for the evenings. She had brought books. The meals in the captain's cabin would have been modest but adequate. On a well-provisioned vessel of the era, the captain's table could expect salt beef and salt pork, hard bread, dried vegetables, coffee, preserved goods of various kinds. Fresh food would have been laid in at New York, eggs, perhaps, and some vegetables that would keep for a few weeks. By the time the ship was 2 or 3 weeks out, the fresh provisions would have been used up, and the diet would have settled into the unchanging rhythm of preserved food that sustained sailors across long passages. The cook, Edward Head, would have been up before dawn to start the stove. The galley would have been warm, probably the warmest place on the ship in November weather, and the smell of coffee and cooking food would have been one of the more welcome sensations of the early morning watch. The men coming off the night watch would have been cold and tired and grateful for the warmth. A sailing ship at night is a different world from a sailing ship by day. The watch system divided the crew into two groups who alternated at regular intervals, ensuring that someone was always awake, always watching, always tending the sails and the helm. The night watches were cold, particularly in November on the North Atlantic, where the water temperature drops the air to something that finds its way through even adequate clothing. The stars, when the sky was clear, would have been extraordinary, no light pollution for hundreds of miles in any direction, the Milky Way visible as an actual band of light, the constellations sharp and near-looking in the way they never quite are from land. Briggs would have taken his own watches, as a working captain did in this era. He was not merely a passenger or an administrator. He was part of the crew, part of the rotation, part of the shared life of the vessel. He would have stood at the helm in the early morning hours, feeling the ship move under him, reading the wind on his face, watching the compass in its binnacle, making the small adjustments that kept a sailing vessel on course. The log entries continue through November, recording progress eastward. The ship crossed the mid-Atlantic without significant incident. She was making for the Azores. As was common on this route, the island chain served as a waypoint, a landmark in the featureless ocean, a place to take on fresh water and supplies if needed and to confirm position before the final leg to Gibraltar and the Mediterranean. By the 20th of November, the Mary Celeste was approaching the Azores. The log entries for this period are consistent with what the navigation would predict: the position, the course, the weather. Nothing alarming. Nothing out of the ordinary. On the 24th of November, the log records a position near the island of Santa Maria, the southernmost of the Azores. This is a significant point. The ship was clearly in the right place, on the right course, making the passage as planned. The navigation had been accurate. The crew had done their jobs well. The last entry in the log is dated the 25th of November, 1872. The position recorded is approximately 6 miles north-northeast of the eastern tip of Santa Maria. The weather, as recorded, was fine. The wind was north-northeast. The sea was calm by Atlantic standards. It was a good day's sailing. And then there is nothing. The log ends. The next entry was never written. Whatever happened to the crew of the Mary Celeste happened somewhere between the 25th of November and the 5th of December, when the ship was found sailing alone. It happened in those 10 days of ocean that the log does not describe, in the stretch of water between the Azores and the Portuguese coast. There is a slate on which the final navigational workings were recorded, the calculations that determined the ship's position. These calculations, examined afterward, were found to be accurate. Whoever made them knew what they were doing. The ship was where the navigator thought she was. The last position was correctly computed. And then the slate goes blank, as the log goes blank, as the lives of 10 people go blank in the historical record. What were they thinking, in those last recorded hours? What did Benjamin Briggs see when he looked out at the sea on the morning of the 25th? Was it a day like any other? The grey-blue Atlantic water, the sky pale at the horizon, the rigging humming in the north-northeast wind? Did anything feel wrong? Did anything feel different from the preceding days? He had made this passage before. He knew these waters. He knew the Azores and the currents around them and the way the weather could change in the latitude between the islands and the Portuguese coast. He was not a man given to unnecessary anxiety. He was a man who trusted his knowledge and his crew and his ship. The log ends on a note of order and competence. The position is correct. The weather is fine. The ship is on course. It is the most ordinary of entries, and it is the last. The ocean crossing in the autumn of 1872 was conducted in conditions that were, by the standards of the era, neither unusually good nor unusually bad. The North Atlantic in November is a place of variable weather, systems moving in from the west, periods of calm followed by periods of significant wind and sea, the occasional severe gale that tested both ship and crew. The Mary Celeste's first 2 weeks out of New York appear to have proceeded without incident, which is to say that the ordinary challenges of North Atlantic sailing were met and dealt with in the ordinary way. The watch system on a brigantine of the Mary Celeste size divided the crew into 2 watches of 3 men each, with the captain and first mate each taking responsibility for 1 watch, and the second mate sharing duties with both. The cook was not on watch in the ordinary sense. He had his own schedule, centered on the galley and the preparation of meals at regular intervals. The division of the day into 4-hour watches, with the modification of the dog watches in the evening that allowed the rotation to shift each day, was the basic organizing structure of time aboard a sailing vessel. In the November North Atlantic, the 4-hour watches were cold. The temperature at those latitudes in that season drops to near freezing at night, and the wind chill on an open deck, particularly when the ship was moving at any speed, brought it lower. The men on watch wore whatever protection they had: heavy woolen jerseys, oilskins against rain, knitted caps, mittens that could be removed quickly when precise handwork was needed. The warmth of the forecastle or the galley, when the watch ended and the next began, was a genuine physical relief. The forecastle, the crew's living quarters in the bow of the ship, was a small, low-ceilinged space containing the berths of the able seamen and the basic necessities of their daily lives. By the standards of the era, it was neither comfortable nor uncomfortable. It was what it was, a working accommodation designed for the minimum necessary comfort of men who spent most of their waking hours on deck. The berths were wooden shelves with thin mattresses, and the personal space of each man was limited to what he could fit in a small locker at the foot of his bunk. The objects left in those berths when the ship was found, the clothing, the boots, the personal items, tell us something about the men who lived there, though not very much. Sailors of the era were not great accumulators of personal property. They had the essentials and not much more. A change of clothing, perhaps 2 oilskins. A knife, which was a working tool as much as anything else. Perhaps a Bible, or a small personal keepsake, a photograph, a letter, a token of the people and places left behind on shore. The cook's domain was the galley, and the galley on a small sailing vessel was a functional space centered on the stove that provided both heat for cooking and warmth for whatever corner of the ship was closest to it. The stoves of the era burned coal, and the coal supply on the Mary Celeste was one of the provisions laid in at New York for a voyage of this length. The galley smell, coal smoke and cooking food and the metal warmth of the stove itself, was one of the more welcome sensory experiences available on a working ship in cold weather. The captain's cabin was a different world from the forecastle and the galley. It was still small by the standards of any dwelling on land, but it had privacy, which was the most significant distinction. Benjamin and Sarah Briggs and their daughter had a space that was theirs, where the baby's things could be arranged, where Sarah's guitar could stand, where the books and the sewing and the small domestic accoutrements of their life could be deployed to create something that was, if not quite home, at least a manageable approximation of it. Sarah Briggs's domestic capabilities were being deployed in a particularly challenging environment. A small ship's cabin in the North Atlantic in November presented specific difficulties that required practical ingenuity. Objects that were fine on a calm day became hazards in rough weather, sliding off shelves or falling from whatever surface had seemed secure. The baby, mobile enough to be a concern, had to be managed in a space that offered limited safe options. The guitar had to be secured against the motion of the ship. The sewing had to be put away when the weather deteriorated and the ship was working hard. The log entries for the first part of the voyage suggest that the weather was within the normal range, some rough days, some calmer ones, the ship making progress. By the second week of the voyage, they would have been approaching the midpoint of the Atlantic, the portion of the crossing that sailors called the high sea, where there was no land in any direction and the ocean was at its most absolute. The midpoint of the Atlantic crossing, if you stop and think about it, is one of the more genuinely isolated positions that a human being could occupy in 1872. The nearest land was hundreds of miles away in every direction. The nearest other ship was unknown, perhaps close, perhaps far, with no way to know or communicate. The people on the Mary Celeste were as alone as people could be in an age before radio, as dependent on their own resources as anyone who worked in this environment had always been. And yet they were not afraid of this, or at least not unusually so. They were professional maritime people who had made this calculation before and accepted it as the condition of the work. The isolation of the open ocean was simply where they lived for the duration of the crossing. They had provisions for the passage, a ship that was performing as expected, and the knowledge that if they kept doing what they were doing, they would eventually arrive on the other side of the ocean. The 25th of November came and went. The log recorded the position and the weather and the course, as it had recorded these things every day of the voyage. And then the next entry was not made. Whatever happened, happened in the days that followed, the days that the log does not describe, the days that history cannot reach. The Dei Grazia left New York Harbor on the 15th of November, 1872, 11 days after the Mary Celeste. Her captain was David Morehouse, and he and Benjamin Briggs knew each other. This is a detail that would later be examined with some suspicion, but at the time it was simply unremarkable. The maritime community of New York and the North Atlantic ports was not large. Captains knew captains. It was the nature of the trade. There is a story, possibly apocryphal, possibly true, the kind of story that attaches itself to historical events and cannot be verified or disproved, that Briggs and Morehouse dined together in New York on the eve of one or both of their departures. A last meal in a warm room, the harbor visible through the window, the conversation of men who knew the sea well and were not afraid of it. Whether this dinner actually happened is uncertain. What is certain is that the two captains knew each other and that the Dei Grazia, 11 days behind the Mary Celeste, was following roughly the same route across the Atlantic. The Dei Grazia was a brigantine of similar size and type to the Mary Celeste, the same class of working vessel, the same kind of North Atlantic trade ship. Her cargo was petroleum, bound for Gibraltar. She was a sound ship with a capable crew, and her passage across the Atlantic in November 1872 was, until the 5th of December, entirely unremarkable. At around 1 in the afternoon on the 5th of December, the first officer of the Dei Grazia, Oliver Devoe, spotted a vessel on the horizon that appeared to be in some kind of distress. She was moving oddly, yawing, as described, drifting off course and correcting herself without consistency. Her sails were in poor condition. One was gone entirely. Others were torn. The jib was set on the wrong side. These were the signs of a vessel that had been through bad weather and had not been properly attended to in the aftermath. Morehouse brought the Dei Grazia closer. Hails were called. The name on the hull was read. The Mary Celeste. Morehouse knew the name. He knew the captain. He signaled across the water and received no response. The deck of the Mary Celeste was empty. What do you do when a ship is found abandoned in the middle of the ocean? The maritime law of the era was clear on this point, at least in principle. A vessel found abandoned at sea could be claimed as salvage, and the salvors were entitled to a portion of the value of the ship and her cargo. This was an established and practical arrangement. It gave people an incentive to rescue stricken vessels rather than simply leaving them to sink or drift. But claiming salvage required boarding the vessel, assessing her condition, and determining that she was genuinely abandoned. Morehouse sent 3 men across in a small boat to board the Mary Celeste. Oliver Devoe, the first officer, was among them, along with 2 sailors. They rowed through the cold December water and came alongside the silent ship and climbed aboard. The deck of the Mary Celeste was wet and disordered, the way a deck gets after heavy weather, ropes not properly stowed, water sloshing in the scuppers, the general disarray of a vessel that had been worked hard and then not worked at all. But she was afloat. She was intact. The hull was sound. She had not been wrecked. She had simply been left. Devoe went through the ship methodically, the way a careful man would, checking the hold, the cabins, the galley, the stores. What he found, and what he reported afterward in sworn testimony before a British Admiralty court in Gibraltar, was a picture of ordinary shipboard life interrupted in the middle of its most ordinary moments. The cargo was intact. All 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol were in the hold. 9 of them had been opened, not breached by damage, but carefully opened, the way barrels are opened for inspection. The rest were sealed. Nothing had been taken. The ship's papers were missing. The navigation instruments were largely present, though the compass had been damaged, the binnacle had been knocked over at some point, and the compass bowl was broken. The chronometer and the sextant were gone, which was significant. A captain would take these if he expected to navigate in a small boat, which suggested the departure from the ship had been planned, or at least not entirely panicked. In the captain's cabin, Devoe found the traces of ordinary life. Sarah Briggs's sewing was on the table. Her books were there. Her music books, and the guitar. The bed had been made, but there were signs that the baby had been sleeping there, the small indentation in the mattress, perhaps, or the baby's clothing folded and put away. The captain's logbook was in the cabin. The sailors' quarters showed similar signs of interrupted normalcy. Clothing was in the bunks. Boots were left behind. This detail would be commented on repeatedly, because a sailor who planned to leave his ship would take his boots. Personal belongings of various kinds were in the berths and lockers. The men's pipes were there. Oilskins, the waterproof outerwear essential for work in bad weather, were hanging where they had been put. The galley was in the condition of a galley that had been used recently and then left. Food was there. The stove was cold, but there were provisions in quantities consistent with a voyage that was not yet half over. No sign of fire. No sign of violence. No blood anywhere that Devoe could find. No broken furniture, no signs of struggle, no evidence of disease or accident. The only lifeboat, the ship's yawl, mounted on the main hatch, was gone. This was the single most significant physical fact about the abandoned ship. The lifeboat was missing. The crew had left. They had left in the lifeboat, apparently deliberately and in some haste, and they had not come back. But why had they left? The ship was seaworthy. She was not sinking. She was not on fire. Her cargo was intact. She was, by all material evidence, a perfectly functional vessel that had simply been abandoned by her crew in circumstances that left no clear explanation behind. Devoe went back to the Dei Grazia and reported to Morehouse. The two men discussed the situation. The decision was made to take the Mary Celeste as salvage, to put a small crew aboard and sail her to Gibraltar, where she could be handed over to the Admiralty Court and the formal salvage process could begin. Devoe himself led the salvage crew. He took 2 men with him. They rigged the Mary Celeste as best they could with the available sails and set a course for Gibraltar. The crossing took them about 10 days, in rough winter conditions, with a reduced crew and damaged rigging. They arrived in Gibraltar on the 13th of December, 1872. The Mary Celeste was delivered to the Admiralty Court. The investigation began. And the questions that investigation raised have never been satisfactorily answered in a century and a half since. What had happened? Where were the people? Why had they left a sound ship in the middle of the ocean? What could have caused 10 people, a careful captain, an experienced crew, a woman and a child, to abandon everything and climb into a small boat on the open Atlantic in winter? The ocean doesn't answer these questions. It keeps its own counsel, the way the ocean always does. The waves that were there in December 1872 have long since moved on, displaced by other waves, part of the great circulation that has no beginning and no end. Whatever happened happened in a place that is now just water. Oliver Devoe's experience of boarding the Mary Celeste was one that he described, in his subsequent testimony at Gibraltar, with a methodical precision that speaks to his professional training. He was a first mate, which meant that he was a man whose job required careful observation and accurate reporting. He did not embellish. He did not dramatize. He simply described what he found, in the order that he found it, with the specificity of a man who understood that he was creating a record that would be scrutinized. The deck of the abandoned ship was wet, the result of rain or spray, or possibly both, accumulated in the absence of anyone to swab it down. The rigging was in the condition of rigging that had not been attended to for some days, ropes not neatly coiled, the sails in the disorder that results from whether they had not been adjusted to meet. The binnacle, the housing for the compass, had been knocked over, and the compass itself was damaged. This was significant. A ship without a functioning compass was a ship without reliable direction. The ship's log was in the captain's cabin, as Devoe found when he went below. He examined it and found the last entry to be dated the 25th of November. He looked around the cabin and noted what was there, the sewing, the books, the personal effects of the Briggs family. He looked in the baby's cot, or described what might have been the baby's sleeping place, and found it undisturbed. The tidiness of the cabin, in the context of an abandoned ship, was part of what made the situation so strange. A ship abandoned in an emergency usually showed signs of the emergency. This cabin showed signs of ordinary life, interrupted. The forward hold, when Devoe examined it, contained the cargo, the 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol, 9 of them opened, the rest sealed. He would have smelled the alcohol from the moment he opened the hatch, even if the ventilation of the preceding days had dispersed some of the vapor. The smell of commercial alcohol is distinct and strong, not quite the same as the smell of the drinkable variety, more chemical, more penetrating. In an enclosed hold after days or weeks of the cargo sitting in its barrels, the smell would have been significant. The water in the bilges, when Devoe sounded them, was not at an alarming level. The ship was not in danger of sinking. Whatever had caused the crew to leave, it was not the ship taking on an imminent and dangerous quantity of water. The bilges contained approximately 3.5 feet of water, which was within the range of what a working wooden ship might accumulate without necessarily indicating a structural problem. But it was more than would be expected in a well-maintained vessel, and the fact that the pump had been disassembled suggested that someone had been concerned about it. The condition of the forward hatch was one of the details that attracted considerable attention during the inquiry. It had been opened, not merely unlatched, but removed entirely, lying on the deck. This was unusual. In normal operation, hatches were kept closed when not in use, particularly in rough weather. An open hatch was a vulnerability, it allowed water to enter the hold, it allowed vapor to escape. Someone had opened it, deliberately, and had not or could not replace it. Devoe also noted the state of the sails. 2 of them were gone entirely, blown out or deliberately cut loose. Others were damaged but still in place. One of the staysails was set on the wrong side, which was an odd configuration that would have given the ship an inconsistent and somewhat erratic behavior in the wind, not a dangerous configuration in moderate weather, but not a normal one either. It was the configuration, perhaps, of sails that had been hurriedly adjusted and not properly finished, or of sails that had been set by someone dealing with an emergency. The forecastle, the crew quarters, Devoe found in a condition of quarters that had been occupied and then suddenly vacated. Clothing was in the berths. The men's belongings were in the lockers. Boots, a detail that he specifically mentioned, were there. Oilskins were hanging where they had been hung after the last time they were used. The personal objects of 7 men's working lives were arranged in the ordinary way of working lives, and none of it had been taken. The absence of the navigation instruments was the significant exception. The sextant and the chronometer were gone. These were the most essential tools of long ocean navigation. Without them, a ship could still sail, but she could not know precisely where she was or where she was going. Their absence suggested that whoever had left the ship had taken what they would need to navigate in a small boat, which meant they had left with some intention of surviving and making their way to safety. This detail, the taken chronometer and sextant, is one of the strongest arguments against a panicked, unplanned abandonment. If the crew had left the ship in a moment of sudden terror, a fire, an explosion, a wave of catastrophic proportions, they would not have had the presence of mind or the time to locate and carry the navigation instruments. These were not items that could be grabbed in passing. They required conscious decision and deliberate action. Someone, probably Briggs himself, made the decision to take the navigation instruments. This was a planned departure, or at least a departure with some element of planning, however hurried. It was the departure of people who intended to navigate, which meant people who intended to survive, which meant people who had made a decision that leaving the ship was the best available option in their circumstances rather than an act of pure panic. The ship's papers were gone as well, the registration documents, the cargo manifest, the official papers that a captain was legally required to carry and that would be needed in any formal encounter with port authorities or other officials. This too suggests deliberate action. Papers were taken because papers would be needed, which implies a future in which the people carried them expected to deal with port authorities and other officials. They expected to survive. They expected to reach land, or another ship, and to need their papers and their navigation instruments. They left with those expectations, in the December Atlantic, in a small boat, and they did not make it. Devoe, having gone through the ship, went back to the Dei Grazia and reported to his captain. He told Morehouse what he had found. He described the empty ship, the intact cargo, the missing lifeboat, the navigation instruments taken but the personal effects left behind. And then he made the decision to go back and sail her to Gibraltar, which required him to cross an ocean in a damaged ship with a skeleton crew in winter conditions, a decision that was not made lightly, but that was made. Gibraltar in December of 1872 was a place of controlled order and bureaucratic procedure, as befitted the most strategically significant British possession in the Mediterranean. The Rock, that great limestone mass rising above the strait between Europe and Africa, had been British for a century and a half, and its character had been shaped accordingly. Garrison life, naval life, the steady traffic of commercial shipping through the strait, all of this gave Gibraltar a quality of purposeful efficiency that suited it well for the proceedings that were about to unfold. The Admiralty Court there was presided over by a man named Frederick Sollyflood, who held the title of Her Majesty's Proctor and Advocate General for Gibraltar, and who approached the inquiry into the Mary Celeste with an energy and a suspicion that would ultimately color everything that followed. Sollyflood was a man who believed, from a relatively early point in the proceedings, that something criminal had occurred aboard the ship, and this belief shaped the way he gathered and interpreted evidence. He was not entirely without reason for suspicion. The circumstances were genuinely unusual. A sound ship, abandoned by her entire crew, with her cargo intact and her provisions in place, these were not the circumstances of a normal maritime casualty. Normal maritime casualties left evidence of what had gone wrong. The Mary Celeste left no such evidence. And when the evidence of a crime or disaster is absent, the suspicious mind tends to conclude that someone has been careful to remove it. The initial examination of the Mary Celeste was conducted under Sollyflood's direction. The ship was inspected thoroughly. A surveyor was brought in to assess her condition. The cargo was examined. The log was studied. Every detail that could be documented was documented. One of the first significant findings was what appeared to be a sword in the captain's cabin. Sollyflood ordered it examined, and an analysis was conducted that he believed suggested the presence of blood on the blade. This finding excited considerable interest and considerable suspicion. A sword with blood on it, in the cabin of a captain who had vanished, this was the stuff of crime, not maritime accident. Later analysis would cast significant doubt on this finding. The substance on the sword was re-examined and determined almost certainly not to be blood. But the initial report, and the framing that Sollyflood gave it, had already shaped the direction of the inquiry. The theory of foul play, mutiny, murder, piracy, was on the table from early in the proceedings. The testimony of Oliver Devoe, the first officer of the Dei Grazia who had boarded the Mary Celeste and led the salvage crew, was the centerpiece of the inquiry. He testified in detail about what he had found aboard the ship, the condition of the decks, the state of the cargo, the contents of the cabins, the missing lifeboat. His account was careful and consistent, the testimony of a man who had observed a strange situation with professional attention. DeVoe was also asked, at some length, about the relationship between Captain Morehouse of the Dei Grazia and Captain Briggs of the Mary Celeste. Flood was clearly interested in the possibility that the two captains had conspired in some way, that the abandonment of the Mary Celeste had been staged for some purpose, most likely to collect insurance money while the crew of the Dei Grazia claimed the salvage. This theory of fraud and conspiracy would resurface repeatedly in the years following the inquiry. Morehouse and his crew were not treated as heroes who had found and rescued a valuable ship. They were treated, at various points in the proceedings, as suspects. The salvage award, when it finally came, was substantially lower than what Morehouse and DeVoe had expected, a judgment that many observers at the time and since have interpreted as a reflection of the court's lingering suspicion about the circumstances of the discovery. The Mary Celeste herself was examined in considerable detail. The cutwater, the forward edge of the hull at the bow, showed what appeared to be cuts or damage. Flood interpreted these as evidence of deliberate damage, perhaps to simulate the effects of collision with a reef. Others who examined the same marks interpreted them as the ordinary wear and weathering of a working vessel's hull. The difference in interpretation is instructive. Looking at the same evidence, different observers reached different conclusions, and there was no way to settle the disagreement with certainty. The ship's pump was found with its interior components removed, the leather cylinder and valves that made it functional were missing. This led some to speculate that the pump had been deliberately disabled, though others argued that a pump might lose its internal parts through ordinary use and deterioration. The condition of the pump was one of many details that could be read in multiple ways depending on what theory the reader was already inclined toward. The inquiry dragged on through the winter. Witnesses were called. Documents were examined. The Admiralty Court heard all of it with the methodical patience of a British legal proceeding, and at the end of it all, delivered a judgment that was in some ways more frustrating than no judgment at all. The court found that it could not determine the cause of the ship's abandonment. It could not establish that any crime had been committed. It could not establish that no crime had been committed. The salvage was awarded, at the reduced rate that Morehouse and his crew found so insufficient, and the ship was eventually returned to her owners. The people who had been aboard her were presumed dead. Their deaths were never formally explained. Flood continued to believe, for the rest of his career, that something criminal had occurred. He wrote letters and made arguments and pushed for further investigation that never materialized into anything conclusive. He was a man who had looked at an inexplicable thing and decided that the inexplicability itself was evidence of wrongdoing, and no amount of contradictory evidence was sufficient to change that conviction. The wider world paid attention to the story. The Times of London covered the inquiry. Other newspapers picked it up. The Mary Celeste, or, as many publications had it, the Marie Celeste, with that French softening that has persisted as an error ever since, became a story that people talked about and wondered over. The image of the ghost ship was compelling. It touched something in the imagination that resisted simple explanation. There is a quality to the Mary Celeste story that makes it different from many maritime mysteries. Most shipwrecks leave wreckage. Most mysteries leave at least some evidence of what went wrong. The Mary Celeste left almost nothing. She sailed on, intact and purposeful, as if she herself had decided to continue the voyage without her crew, and the only questions she left behind were the ones she would never answer. The inquiry ended. The legal proceedings concluded. The surviving physical evidence was what it was. And the question of what happened to Benjamin Briggs and Sarah Briggs and little Sophia and the 7 men of the crew remained exactly what it had always been, open. Let that openness be comfortable for a moment. Not all questions need answers. Some questions are simply the shape of the mystery itself, and the mystery is what gives the story its particular quality of sadness and wonder. The court at Gibraltar could not answer the question. Nobody else has answered it since. And perhaps that is all right. The sea keeps its secrets. It always has. The proceedings at Gibraltar were conducted by careful people doing their best with inadequate information, and the result was the same that any careful person doing their best with inadequate information would reach, an honest admission of not knowing, dressed in the formal language of legal procedure. Outside the court, the Strait of Gibraltar moved as it always moves, the deep Mediterranean current flowing out into the Atlantic, the surface current flowing in, the eternal exchange of water that has been happening since the continents settled into their current positions. Whatever the court decided, the sea was indifferent to it. Frederick Sollyflood was not an unreasonable man, and it would be unfair to his memory to characterize him as simply a suspicious bureaucrat looking for wrongdoing where none existed. He was a lawyer operating within the conventions of his time and his jurisdiction, and those conventions included a healthy skepticism toward salvage claims, which were a common vector for fraud in the maritime commerce of the 19th century. His suspicion was not irrational, even if the conclusions he drew from it proved to be unsupported. The salvage process in 1872 was governed by a body of admiralty law that had developed over centuries of maritime commerce, refined through countless specific cases, and codified in various statutes and conventions that applied in British ports. The basic principle was straightforward: a ship found in distress on the open sea could be rescued and claimed by the rescuers, who were entitled to compensation, the salvage award, calculated as a proportion of the value of the ship and cargo saved. The principle served a real social function. It incentivized sailors to rescue stricken vessels rather than simply passing by. But it also created incentives for fraud. A ship that was not genuinely in distress could be made to appear distressed. A captain could be paid off to abandon his vessel, which would then be found by Confederates who would claim the salvage. The history of admiralty courts was full of such schemes, and Sollyflood, as the legal officer responsible for examining salvage claims in Gibraltar, was professionally trained to look for them. The relationship between Briggs and Morehouse, the dinner that may or may not have happened, the fact that the two ships left New York within days of each other, the convenient timing of the discovery, these were details that a suspicious mind could assemble into the beginning of a theory. Sollyflood assembled them. He pushed the inquiry in the direction of his suspicions. He asked questions designed to uncover conspiracy, and he was frustrated when the answers did not support the theory he had developed. The physical examination of the ship was conducted with this suspicion in the background, and the results were affected by it. When investigators look for evidence of crime, they sometimes find evidence of crime where none exists, or they interpret ambiguous evidence as supporting their theory. The marks on the cutwater that Sollyflood interpreted as evidence of deliberate damage were seen by others as ordinary wear. The substance on the sword that he believed was blood was determined by subsequent analysis to be something else. The framing of these findings was shaped by the conclusion that had already been formed. The salvage crew who brought the Mary Celeste from where she was found to Gibraltar made the crossing in conditions that were genuinely difficult. Devoe took 2 men with him, just enough to maintain watches on a 2-masted vessel, with nothing left over. They had to manage a ship whose rigging was damaged and whose sails were in poor condition, in the winter North Atlantic, without a functioning compass for part of the journey. It was an impressive piece of seamanship, and it received less credit than it deserved from the Gibraltar inquiry. The salvage award, when it was finally made by the Admiralty Court, amounted to approximately £1,700, a significant sum by the standards of ordinary wages, but a small fraction of the total value of the ship and cargo that had been saved. The court's reasoning in reaching this figure was influenced by the ongoing suspicion that something improper had occurred. A lower award was, in effect, a way of expressing the court's discomfort with the circumstances without actually finding that any crime had been committed. Morehouse and Devoe protested the award as inadequate, and they were right in the purely commercial sense. their salvage operation had preserved a ship and cargo worth many times what they were paid. But the protest went nowhere. The Admiralty Court had made its calculation, and the calculation stood. Both men continued their careers at sea and left no record of having any further involvement with the Mary Celeste case beyond what is documented in the Gibraltar inquiry. The Mary Celeste herself was cleared of the Admiralty Court's jurisdiction and eventually returned to service. The cargo of commercial alcohol was forwarded to its destination in Genoa, presumably by another vessel, since the Mary Celeste herself had been through considerable disruption and required attention before undertaking another voyage. The alcohol arrived. The manufacturer received it. The ordinary commerce of industrial chemistry continued. What the Gibraltar inquiry could not do, could not establish, despite considerable effort, was the most basic fact that it was trying to establish: what had happened. The evidence pointed toward various possibilities without definitively supporting any of them. The court wrote its findings in the language of legal uncertainty, acknowledging what was known, acknowledging the much larger body of what was not known, and arriving at the only honest conclusion: an absence of explanation. This honest admission of uncertainty is, in retrospect, the most significant thing the Gibraltar inquiry produced. It would have been easy, and perhaps professionally satisfying, for Soliflud to reach a finding of fraud or mutiny or some other crime. He had the instinct and perhaps the inclination to do so. But the evidence was not sufficient, and the legal standards of the time required evidence, and so the finding was what it was: inconclusive. The case file went into the archives. The inquiry was officially concluded. And the Mary Celeste, repaired and provisioned, went back to sea. 11 years after the Mary Celeste was found sailing herself across the winter Atlantic, a young doctor in Portsmouth, England, sat down to write a story. He was 24 years old, recently graduated from medical school, waiting for patients who were slow in coming to his newly established practice, and filling the long empty hours with the thing he found he could not stop doing: writing. His name was Arthur Conan Doyle, and he was not yet famous. He would become famous, but not yet. In 1883, he was simply a young man with a medical degree and a restless mind, and he wrote a short story that he called J. Habakkuk Jephson's Statement, which he published anonymously in Cornhill magazine in January of 1884. The story purported to be the account of a survivor of the Marie Celeste, note the name, with its French softening, which Conan Doyle used in the story and which has persisted as a common error ever since. Jephson's statement described the ship being taken over by a fanatical black American passenger who had survived slavery and sought revenge against white civilization, and who redirected the ship to the coast of Africa. It was a sensational tale, blending the racial anxieties and political drama of the era with the genuine mystery of the abandoned ship. Conan Doyle's story was published anonymously and was so convincingly written. He had a gift for a certain kind of precise, documentary prose that felt like witness testimony, that a significant number of readers initially believed it was a genuine account. Frederick Soliflud, still convinced of foul play in the Mary Celeste case and apparently reading the story at some point, sent an irritable letter to the American consul pointing out the inaccuracies in the fictional account. He seems to have taken some time to recognize that it was fiction. The story was enormously influential. Not because it told the truth about the Mary Celeste, it was entirely fiction, and Conan Doyle would later acknowledge this, but because it established the tone and texture of how the story would be told afterward. It introduced the idea of the ghost ship as a particular kind of narrative, eerie, atmospheric, suggestive of forces beyond ordinary explanation. It made the Marie Celeste into a symbol rather than merely a historical incident. This is how certain historical events become legends. The facts are specific and limited. The story, as it grows in the retelling, becomes larger than the facts. Details are added, changed, embellished. The specific is replaced by the atmospheric. And the atmosphere, once established, becomes the reality that most people carry, not the facts of the inquiry at Gibraltar, but the feeling of the ghost ship, the empty deck, the meal left half-eaten, the sewing abandoned on the table. There is a meal left half-eaten, in many versions of the Mary Celeste story. Plates of food on the table, cups of tea still warm. This detail has been repeated so many times that it feels like fact. But Devoe's testimony at Gibraltar makes no mention of a half-eaten meal. The galley was in the condition of a galley that had been used recently and then left, but there is no specific testimony about food on the table or warm tea. The detail was added somewhere in the retelling, and it stuck, because it is so evocative, because it speaks so directly to the feeling of sudden, inexplicable departure. Similarly, the ship's cat. Many versions of the story mention a cat found peacefully sleeping aboard the abandoned ship. There is no contemporary evidence for the presence of a cat on the Mary Celeste. But the image is irresistible, the ship empty of all human life, and a cat sleeping in a patch of whatever winter sunlight came through the porthole, indifferent to the mystery, unaware of the absence. The cat was added because it belongs to the story even if it was not actually there. These are not lies, exactly. They are the way narrative works. Stories grow toward their ideal form, acquiring the details they need and shedding the ones that don't serve them. The Mary Celeste in its legendary form is a more perfect story than the Mary Celeste in its historical form. It has a completeness and a resonance that the historical facts, with their ambiguity and their gaps, do not quite achieve on their own. Conan Doyle himself moved on to other things. He wrote more stories, including eventually the ones about a detective named Sherlock Holmes, which would make him famous and which would consume him for the rest of his career in ways that he sometimes found difficult. Holmes became more real than his creator in the minds of readers, and Conan Doyle found himself, for much of his life, trying to escape a character he had invented. But the Mary Celeste story, the one he had written anonymously at 24 while waiting for patients in his Portsmouth surgery, had its own afterlife that ran parallel to his more famous work. It was reprinted and acknowledged, eventually. It became one of the founding documents of the Mary Celeste mythology. The errors it introduced into the public understanding of the case, the name, the fictional details, the atmospheric embellishments, proved remarkably durable. There is a lesson here about how history and story interact. The historical inquiry at Gibraltar was conducted by trained legal professionals following established procedures. It produced detailed sworn testimony and official findings. And it has been largely forgotten outside of specialist circles. Conan Doyle's fiction, written in an afternoon, has shaped the public understanding of the case for a century and a half. We are creatures of story more than we are creatures of fact. This is not a flaw. It is simply the way human minds work. We hold narratives, not databases. And certain kinds of stories have a particular grip on the imagination that no amount of accurate historical detail can quite replicate. The ghost ship story is one of those. It touches something deep. What does it touch? Perhaps the fear of inexplicable disappearance. The sense that ordinary life can simply stop, without warning, without reason, and leave behind only its objects, the sewing on the table, the boots in the berth, the guitar waiting for hands that will never play it again. The Mary Celeste says, this can happen. The ordinary can become the inexplicable. The world is larger and stranger than we usually allow ourselves to remember. And perhaps there is something else. Perhaps the appeal of the ghost ship story is precisely its refusal to resolve. The Mary Celeste has no satisfying ending. The mystery was never solved. The people were never found. The questions have been asked for 150 years and they remain, stubbornly, unanswerable. And there is a kind of rest in that. A story that ends with open water and unknowing is, in a way, a story that never ends, and a story that never ends can keep you company forever. Conan Doyle's story is read now mostly by scholars of the Mary Celeste case and by enthusiasts of Victorian literary history. But its influence on the way people think about the case is everywhere. in the popular accounts, in the documentary films, in the way the story is always told with that particular atmospheric gravity, that sense of something eerie and irreducible. The young doctor in Portsmouth, filling his empty hours with writing, contributed something to history without quite intending to. He made a mystery into a myth. He gave it the texture it needed to survive a century and a half of popular attention, to be remembered and retold long after the specific legal findings of the Gibraltar inquiry had faded from common knowledge. Perhaps that is the most honest thing that can be said about the Mary Celeste story as it has come to exist in the world. It is a myth built around a fact, and the myth has outlasted the fact, and the two have become so thoroughly intertwined that separating them is no longer quite possible, or perhaps no longer quite desirable. The ship sailed on. The myth sailed with it. Both are still going. The process by which the Mary Celeste story became the ghost ship story is worth examining in some detail, because it illuminates something general about how historical events become cultural myths. The transformation did not happen all at once. It happened gradually, through a series of retellings each of which changed the story slightly, until the accumulated changes had produced something that was recognizably related to the historical event but not quite the same as it. The first layer of transformation came from the press coverage of the Gibraltar inquiry. The newspaper accounts of the proceedings were based on partial information, journalists reporting on a legal process that was still ongoing, drawing on testimony that was being summarized and paraphrased rather than quoted in full, trying to make a complex and ambiguous situation legible to readers who had no background in maritime law or the practicalities of ocean navigation. These accounts got some things wrong, emphasized some aspects at the expense of others, and generated a version of the story that was simplified and dramatized relative to the actual proceedings. The second layer came from Conan Doyle's story, which took the dramatized newspaper version and made it explicitly fictional, adding elements that were purely invented and some that seemed real enough that readers initially could not tell the difference. The third layer came from the subsequent popular accounts that drew on Conan Doyle's story as if it were part of the historical record, incorporating his invented details into what was presented as factual narrative. By the time the Mary Celeste had been in the public consciousness for 20 or 30 years, it had accumulated a set of standard elements: the half-eaten meal, the cat asleep in the hold, the warm tea, the crew gone in the middle of an ordinary moment, that were accepted as established facts by many writers and commentators who had never examined the actual testimony from Gibraltar. These elements were not lies, exactly, in the sense that the people repeating them believed them to be true. But they were accretions, additions that had accumulated around the historical core the way sediment accumulates around an object on the seafloor. The 20th century saw the Mary Celeste story repeated in dozens of books, hundreds of magazine articles, numerous radio programs and television documentaries, and eventually a number of films and dramatic presentations. Each of these operated on the accumulated version of the story rather than on the original documents, which meant that the accretions were repeated and sometimes added to rather than being stripped away. The scholarly literature on the Mary Celeste is a different matter. There have been careful, serious historical investigations. Charles Eddie Fay's Mary Celeste, The Odyssey of an Abandoned Ship, published in 1942, is a particularly rigorous early example, that worked from original documents and were explicit about the distinction between what is documented and what is inferred or invented. But scholarly works reach a different audience than popular accounts, and the popular version of the story has always been more widely read than the scholarly one. What the scholarly literature reveals, when you read it, is that the historical Mary Celeste is in some ways more interesting than the legendary one. The legendary version is a supernatural mystery with no explanation. The historical version is a human story with several plausible explanations, none of which can be definitively confirmed, set in a specific and vividly documented time and place. The historical characters, Briggs, Sarah, Richardson, the German crew members, are more specific and more real than the anonymous inhabitants of a ghost ship legend. The guitar, in the historical version, belongs to a specific woman named Sarah Briggs who is known to have played it and to have brought it on this specific voyage. In the legendary version, it is simply a guitar left behind, an atmospheric prop. The historical version is sadder and stranger than the legendary one, which is perhaps why the legendary version has proven more popular. The historical sadness is too specific to be comfortable, too close to ordinary grief to allow the comfortable distance of a ghost story. But the historical version is also, in its specificity, more alive. Benjamin Briggs was a real man who had a real mother and real brothers and a real record of crossings made and cargoes carried. Sarah Briggs was a real woman who packed her guitar and wrote letters about the crew and worried about whether Sophia's health was good enough for the crossing. These people existed, specifically, and their existence gives the story a weight that the legendary version, for all its atmospheric power, cannot quite achieve. The mythology built around the Mary Celeste is a testament to the story's power, but it is also, in a way, a kind of erasure of the people at its center. The more the story becomes a ghost ship legend, the less it is about Benjamin and Sarah Briggs and their small daughter and the 7 men who sailed with them. The mythologization preserves the image but loses the people, and the people are the most important part. When you sit with the Mary Celeste mystery long enough, a small number of possible explanations begin to emerge from the noise of speculation. Not all theories are equal. Some are wild, some are mundane, and some fall in the middle, plausible enough to be worth serious consideration, uncertain enough to remain unprovable. The first theory to consider seriously is also, in many ways, the most mundane. It concerns the cargo. 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol. That is a significant quantity of a volatile substance, and commercial alcohol of the grade being transported in 1872 was not precisely the same as industrial ethanol as we might understand it today. It was denatured, treated to render it undrinkable, and it came from various sources with varying degrees of purity and stability. Some batches were more prone to producing vapor than others. 9 of the barrels in the hold of the Mary Celeste were found to have been opened when the ship was examined at Gibraltar. Not broken, opened. Deliberately opened, inspected, and then, apparently, resealed or left open. The other 1,700-9 barrels were still sealed. The hold itself showed no signs of explosion or fire. Nothing had burned. But the 9 opened barrels, and the question of why they had been opened, is one of the central puzzles of the physical evidence. One explanation that fits several of the facts is this: at some point between the 25th of November and the ship's discovery on the 5th of December, the cargo of alcohol began to produce dangerous quantities of vapor. This could happen for several reasons: a change in temperature as the ship moved into different water, a period of particularly rough weather that shifted the barrels and opened seams, the natural off-gassing of a product that had been sealed in barrels for some weeks. The vapor from commercial alcohol, even without an ignition source, is unpleasant and potentially dangerous in an enclosed space. In sufficient concentration, it can cause dizziness, nausea, difficulty breathing, disorientation, and in extreme cases, unconsciousness. And it is highly flammable. A spark, or even static electricity in certain conditions, could ignite it. Imagine Captain Briggs going below to inspect the hold and encountering a smell, sharp, chemical, alarming, drifting up through the hatch. Imagine him understanding immediately what it meant. The cargo was off-gassing. The hold was filling with flammable vapor. If a spark occurred, from the galley stove, from a lantern, from the friction of timber against timber in the ship's working, the result could be catastrophic. This is the theory that many serious investigators have found most compelling in its broad outlines, even if the specific details remain uncertain. The crew abandoned ship because they believed the ship was about to explode. They did not abandon ship because anything had actually happened: no explosion, no fire, the ship was in fine condition when found. But they believed it might happen, and the belief was enough. The 9 opened barrels support this interpretation in a particular way. If Briggs had opened the hatches and gone below to inspect the cargo, he would have found barrels that had expanded slightly in the heat of the voyage. This is normal for wooden barrels, and some that might have been leaking vapor through imperfect seams. He might have opened 9 of them to examine them, to check whether the vapor was coming from a specific source, to try to assess the scale of the problem. The fact that the ship's chronometer and sextant were taken is also consistent with this theory. Briggs was an experienced captain. If he believed the ship was in danger of exploding, he would have ordered an orderly evacuation, taking the navigation instruments, the ship's papers, the essentials for survival and navigation in a small boat. He would not have had time for everything, which is why the boots were left behind and the personal belongings were left behind. But he would have taken what he needed to navigate. The scenario might have looked something like this. Briggs discovers the vapor problem, possibly on the morning of the 25th of November or in the days immediately following. He makes the decision to move the crew off the ship temporarily, not permanently, not in panic, but as a precautionary measure while the hold aired out. He orders the lifeboat lowered. The crew boards it, taking the navigation instruments and the papers. They tie a line to the ship, a long painter, and trail behind it while the hatches are opened and the vapor dissipates. This is where the theory runs into difficulty. If the crew intended to reboard, why did they not? The ship was found in good condition. Whatever they were afraid of did not materialize. But the people were still gone. Something happened to them after they left the ship, and the most likely candidate is weather. A sudden squall on the North Atlantic in late November or early December is not a gentle thing. If the painter connecting the lifeboat to the Mary Celeste parted, if it was cut by accident, if a sharp edge on the ship's hull frayed it, if the strain of the ship's movement pulled it apart, then the lifeboat would have been separated from the ship. The Mary Celeste, under even partial sail, would have continued moving. The lifeboat, without sail power, would have been left behind. And a small open lifeboat in the winter North Atlantic, drifting away from a ship that was still moving, is a death sentence. The crew would have had oars. They would have rowed. But a lifeboat cannot keep up with a sailing vessel, even a damaged one, in open water. The distance between them would have grown. The ship would have receded, her sails diminishing on the horizon. And the people in the lifeboat would have found themselves alone on the winter ocean with no ship, no shelter, and the prospect of an open sea ordeal in conditions that made survival very unlikely. Bodies were never found. Neither was the lifeboat. The North Atlantic does not always give up its dead, particularly after a long exposure. A small wooden boat in winter seas might last days or weeks before the weather destroyed it, and the people in it would have succumbed to hypothermia well before that. The sea in December at those latitudes is very cold. Even with clothing, exposure would have claimed them within hours or days. This theory, alcohol fumes causing a precautionary evacuation, followed by a parted painter and death at sea, has been advanced by several serious investigators, and it fits the available evidence more neatly than most alternatives. It requires no crime, no supernatural explanation, no dramatic event aboard the ship itself. It requires only a confluence of practical circumstances, volatile cargo, a cautious captain, a piece of rope under strain, that ended in the worst possible way. The theory is not without problems. The timing is uncertain. The behavior of the vapor in the hold is uncertain. The specific circumstances of the painter parting, if it parted, are unknown. But as explanations go, it has the quality that good explanations tend to have. It makes the tragedy feel real and human rather than fictional and sensational. It is the kind of thing that could actually happen, to actual people, doing their actual jobs on an actual ship. Benjamin Briggs was a careful man. He would not have abandoned his ship without reason. He would not have left without intending to return. Whatever made him go, it was something that convinced him that going was safer than staying, even temporarily. The alcohol vapor theory suggests what that something might have been: a smell in the hold, a fear of fire, the particular nightmare of a man who understood what happened when a shipload of flammable material met a spark. He was wrong about the immediate danger, as it turned out. The ship did not explode. The cargo did not ignite. But by the time that became clear, if it ever became clear to anyone in that lifeboat, it may have been too late to matter. Somewhere in the winter Atlantic, the rope parted. The ship sailed on. The people in the lifeboat watched her go. The specific behavior of the alcohol in the barrels of the Mary Celeste has been the subject of considerable technical analysis by researchers interested in the chemistry of the case. Commercial alcohol in 1872 was not a uniform product. It was distilled in various ways and from various sources, and its purity and stability varied accordingly. The alcohol in the Mary Celeste's cargo was described in the ship's documents as commercial grade, which meant it was suitable for industrial use but not for drinking. It had been denatured, typically by the addition of methanol or other toxic compounds, to prevent it from being consumed and to exempt it from certain taxes. Denatured alcohol of this period was more volatile than pure ethanol would have been, partly because of the denaturants and partly because of impurities in the distillation process. The vapor pressure of such a product, the tendency of the liquid to produce gas at a given temperature, was higher than modern industrial standards would require, which meant that the barrels were more likely to produce dangerous concentrations of vapor even without being broken or leaking. The wooden barrels of the era were sealed with wooden bungs, which were driven into the bung holes with mallets and were expected to remain tight under normal conditions. But wooden barrels breathe, they expand and contract with changes in temperature and humidity, and the tight fit of the bung that held at the beginning of a voyage might be less tight by the time the ship had crossed the mid-Atlantic and encountered the temperature differential between the warm Gulf Stream waters and the cooler waters of the eastern Atlantic. A barrel that had been sealed tight in New York in early November might, by the time the ship reached the Azores in late November, have developed a slight leak around the bung, enough to allow vapor to escape into the hold without the liquid itself flowing out. Multiply this possibility across 1,700 barrels in a confined space, and the potential for vapor accumulation becomes significant. The hold of a 19th-century wooden sailing vessel was not airtight. There were ventilation arrangements, pump openings, gaps in the hatch covers, the natural breathing of the planking, that allowed some circulation of air. But in calm conditions, with the hatches closed to keep out spray, the ventilation might not have been sufficient to prevent a dangerous buildup of vapor from a volatile cargo. The specific conditions of late November 1872 in the vicinity of the Azores might have contributed to this scenario in ways that are difficult to reconstruct with precision. A period of unusually warm weather, warmer than the season would typically produce, perhaps connected to a passing weather system or the influence of the Gulf Stream, could have increased the vapor pressure of the alcohol and accelerated the buildup in the hold. Alternatively, a period of rough weather that shifted and compressed the barrels might have opened seams that had previously been tight. The physical experiment that later researchers conducted, the scale model of the hold, the barrels of period-equivalent alcohol, the carefully controlled conditions, confirmed that the mechanism was chemically plausible. The vapor could build to dangerous levels. The rapid opening of a hatch could produce a dramatic effect, a rush of air meeting accumulated gas, a fireball that burned briefly and left almost no physical trace. The key word in that description is almost. The experiment showed that the burn was clean enough to leave the ship largely undamaged, no soot on the beams, no scorching on the woodwork, no lasting fire damage that would have been obvious to investigators at Gibraltar. But it was not necessarily without any trace at all. Some researchers have suggested that certain details noted at Gibraltar, the discoloration of some surfaces, the condition of certain fittings, might be consistent with a brief, intense, and largely self-extinguishing combustion event of exactly this type. These observations are difficult to confirm or deny at this distance in time. The ship herself is gone, dissolved into the Caribbean reef where she was finally wrecked. The evidence is what was documented in 1872 and 1873, filtered through the observations of investigators who were not, at that time, looking for evidence of a chemical combustion event but for evidence of crime. They may have noticed things without understanding their significance. They may have failed to notice things that would have been significant if examined with different expectations. The alcohol fumes theory remains the most scientifically grounded of the explanations for the Mary Celeste abandonment. It requires no crime, no unusual natural event, no coincidence of terrible timing. It requires only what is known to have been present, a cargo of volatile commercial alcohol in an era before modern safety standards, a wooden ship that was not designed for the carriage of such cargo in the way that later vessels would be, a captain who was responsible for the safety of his family and his crew, and the particular combination of circumstances that might have made the hold dangerous to a degree that justified the decision to leave the ship. The Atlantic between the Azores and the Portuguese coast is not a stable place in late November. The weather systems that cross the North Atlantic from west to east, low-pressure centers spinning up from the subtropical latitudes and curving into the higher latitudes of the northeast Atlantic, can produce conditions that change with unsettling speed. A morning of clear sky and moderate wind can become, by afternoon, something entirely different. Among the explanations that serious researchers have considered for the abandonment of the Mary Celeste, several involve not the cargo but the weather, specifically, the kinds of extreme meteorological events that can occur in those waters at that time of year and that can, without any lasting physical evidence, produce effects dramatic enough to cause even experienced sailors to make decisions that seem, in retrospect, difficult to explain. The waterspout theory has received considerable attention over the years. A waterspout is, essentially, a tornado over water, a rotating column of air connecting a cloud to the surface of the sea, powerful enough to raise water into the air, capable of producing winds of considerable force within its vortex and the area immediately surrounding it. Waterspouts are more common in tropical and subtropical waters, but they do occur in the North Atlantic at the right season and under the right conditions. A waterspout passing close to or over the Mary Celeste could have produced a range of effects. The sudden pressure changes associated with a rotating column of air can be dramatic, hatches might blow open, objects might be disturbed or thrown about, and the psychological effect of a column of water and cloud descending from the sky onto a small wooden ship in the open ocean would have been profound. Even a large waterspout that passed nearby without directly striking the ship could have produced effects dramatic enough to convince the crew that the ship was in mortal danger. There is a variant of this theory that focuses not on a full waterspout but on a seiche, a sudden oscillation of the sea surface produced by a rapid change in atmospheric pressure, which can cause a wave or series of waves with characteristics unlike ordinary ocean swells. A seiche can travel at considerable speed across open water and can produce a sudden, dramatic surge on the surface of the sea that might be mistaken, in the moment, for something catastrophic. The pump on the Mary Celeste, as noted in the Gibraltar inquiry, had been disassembled, the internal working components were missing. One explanation for this is that the crew had taken the pump apart in order to sound the ship's bilges, to measure how much water was in the bottom of the hull, using the pump rod as a sounding instrument. If the sounding suggested that the ship was taking on water at an alarming rate, that alone might have been sufficient reason to abandon her. But the ship was not taking on significant water when she was found. The bilges, when inspected, contained only the ordinary accumulation of water that any wooden ship collects over weeks at sea. If the crew had taken soundings and found an alarming level of water, the water had since drained or been accounted for. One possibility is that a false sounding was taken, that the pump had been disassembled and reassembled incorrectly, or that a wave had temporarily swamped the bilges to a depth that, when measured with a rod in the disassembled pump, appeared much more dangerous than it actually was. This would be consistent with a panic scenario. The crew takes soundings and finds what appears to be an alarming quantity of water in the hold. Combined with vapor from the cargo, or with a sudden change in weather, this reading might have been the tipping point, the evidence that convinced Briggs that the ship was going down, that there was no time to investigate further, that the only rational option was to get everyone off the ship immediately. The tragedy, in this version, is one of reasonable people making a reasonable decision based on incomplete or inaccurate information. The pump was disassembled, the sounding was taken, the number came back alarming, and the captain ordered evacuation. He was wrong about the ship sinking. But he had no way to know he was wrong, and the cost of being wrong in the other direction, staying aboard a ship that was actually sinking, would have been equally fatal. There is also the theory of a seaquake, an underwater earthquake generating a sudden, dramatic movement of the sea surface directly beneath or near the ship. Seaquakes are genuine phenomena. They can produce effects at the surface that range from a gentle trembling felt through the hull to a violent upheaval that can damage a ship and send its contents flying. The Azores are in a geologically active region, situated on the boundary between the Eurasian and African tectonic plates, and underwater earthquakes are not uncommon in those waters. A seaquake powerful enough to be felt through the hull of a wooden ship would have been a terrifying experience. Even if it produced no lasting physical damage, the sensation of the sea itself moving under you, the hull vibrating, the water surface disrupting in ways that don't follow ordinary wave patterns, might have convinced even experienced sailors that something was catastrophically wrong with the sea floor beneath them, or with the ship itself. None of these weather-related theories can be confirmed. The ship's log for the period after the 25th of November does not exist. No other ship in the area at the relevant time reported unusual weather conditions, though the absence of such reports is not conclusive. Other ships might not have been in the immediate vicinity, or might have experienced the same conditions and not thought them unusual enough to record. What we can say is that the North Atlantic in late November 1872 was the North Atlantic in late November, which is to say, a place where things could go wrong quickly and without much warning, and where even experienced sailors could find themselves faced with situations that exceeded their experience and their preparation. The sea in that season and that latitude is not a forgiving environment. Benjamin Briggs knew this. He had spent years on these waters. He would not have been surprised by bad weather, would not have been undone by ordinary rough seas. Whatever happened to cause the evacuation had to be something outside the ordinary range of North Atlantic unpleasantness, something sudden, dramatic, and alarming enough to override the strong instinct of any experienced sailor to stay with his ship. The weather theories have the advantage of leaving no evidence, which is both their strength and their weakness as explanations. A waterspout that passes over a ship and then moves on leaves no trace, no damage to the hull, no lasting evidence in the cargo. If the crew abandoned ship because of a waterspout, and the waterspout then dissipated and the sea returned to its ordinary state, the ship would be found exactly as it was found, intact, functional, mysteriously devoid of its people. This explains the absence of evidence, which is itself one of the most striking features of the Mary Celeste case. Most maritime disasters leave traces. The Mary Celeste left almost none. The weather theories are one of the few categories of explanation that are consistent with a ship that appears to have been abandoned without anything actually being wrong with her. The wind shifts. The ocean changes. A cloud descends from the sky in a column that makes the blood cold. And 10 people in a small boat find themselves watching their ship sail away from them in the early December light, growing smaller, growing distant, disappearing over the horizon that is always the same distance away and always retreating. The weather does not care about this. The sea does not care. The wind that parted them from their ship was the same wind that had been blowing since before there were ships, and it would blow long after the last ship had sailed these waters. It is entirely indifferent to what it carries and what it takes away. The seaquake theory has been developed most fully by the American researcher Sari Tabor, whose work on the Mary Celeste in the early 2000s drew on her background in earth sciences to examine the geological context of the ship's location at the time of the abandonment. The Azores are positioned on one of the most seismically active boundaries in the North Atlantic, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, where the Eurasian and African tectonic plates move apart from each other at the rate of about 2 centimeters per year, driving the volcanic activity that produced the islands and that continues as a background geological presence in the region. Underwater earthquakes in the vicinity of the Azores are not uncommon. They occur regularly, at various depths and magnitudes, and their effects at the surface range from imperceptible to dramatic depending on the specific characteristics of the event. A shallow, relatively powerful earthquake occurring directly beneath a ship could produce effects that ranged from an unsettling vibration felt through the hull to a sudden, violent disruption of the water surface that would be alarming even to experienced sailors who understood what was happening. The seaquake theory proposes that a moderate underwater earthquake, occurring in the vicinity of the Azores in late November 1872, produced effects dramatic enough to convince the crew of the Mary Celeste that the ship was in mortal danger. The specific effects might have included a sudden, violent movement of the water surface, not a conventional wave but an upwelling or disruption caused by the displacement of water by the seabed movement, accompanied by a deep, resonant vibration felt through the hull that had no resemblance to normal sea conditions. A modern ship's captain experiencing such an event would know what it was. The technology of seismographic monitoring and the science of plate tectonics are sufficiently developed that an educated person would recognize a seaquake. But in 1872, the science of seismology was barely established. The connection between underwater geological events and surface sea conditions was understood in broad outline but not in the specific, mechanistic way that would allow a 19th-century sailor to categorize the experience accurately. What Benjamin Briggs would have experienced was an event that had no precedent in his experience and no framework in his knowledge, something alarming and inexplicable happening to the sea around his ship. The combination of a sudden seaquake disruption and the already present concern about the alcohol vapor in the hold could have been decisive. If the ship was already being treated cautiously because of the cargo, if hatches had been opened to ventilate the hold, if the crew was already on alert about the possibility of fire, then a sudden, violent, inexplicable event could have tipped the balance from cautious management to immediate evacuation. The seaquake theory does not require the earthquake to have caused any lasting damage to the ship. A brief, violent disruption followed by a return to normal sea conditions would leave no physical evidence that investigators later would find. The ship would have appeared undamaged, because she was undamaged, while the crew, who had experienced the undamaged state of the ship from the outside of it, would have had no way to confirm that the structural integrity had not been compromised. This is the theoretical scenario in which all the non-dramatic theories converge. The pump sounded alarming levels of water, the cargo was producing vapor, and something happened, a seaquake, a waterspout passing close, an explosion of vapor when a hatch was opened, that was dramatic enough to make abandonment feel like the only rational choice. Not a single catastrophe, but a conjunction of alarming factors that together exceeded the threshold of what a prudent and responsible captain was willing to risk with his wife and child aboard. The key phrase is with his wife and child aboard. Benjamin Briggs had made this calculation in the past, without family, and had presumably managed the ordinary risks of North Atlantic sailing with professional equanimity. But Sophia was 2 years old, and Sarah was with him, and the calculation of acceptable risk changes when you are responsible for people who cannot protect themselves. A captain without family might have stayed with the ship through a period of alarm, managing the situation as it developed. A captain whose wife and daughter were aboard might have made a different calculation, more conservative, more risk-averse, more inclined to take the cautious action of removing the vulnerable people first. If this is what happened, it was not a failure of nerve or judgment. It was a responsible decision made with the information available, in the middle of a situation that must have seemed genuinely dangerous. The tragedy was not in the decision to leave but in what happened after, the rope parting, the boat drifting, the December ocean claiming the people in the way that December oceans claim people. There is no villain in this version of the story. There is only a man making the best decision he could with what he knew, in circumstances that did not allow for the kind of careful deliberation that hindsight always seems to offer. If you are still with the story, you are doing beautifully. Let the theories wash over you like waves, each one arriving, spending itself, receding. There is no need to solve this tonight. The mystery has waited 150 years. It will wait a little longer. If you are drifting now, let yourself go. Subscribe so the next story finds you when you return. Sleep well. Not all explanations for the disappearance of the Mary Celeste's crew are peaceful ones. Alongside the theories of vapor and weather and accident, there have always been theories of human violence, of men turning against each other in the confined space of a small ship on a long crossing, of outsiders coming aboard with hostile intentions, of crimes committed and covered up as carefully as the evidence allows. The theory of mutiny is one of the oldest explanations offered for the Mary Celeste abandonment. It was implied, though never stated outright, in some of the questions asked at the Gibraltar inquiry. Solly Flood's suspicion that something criminal had occurred was not specifically about mutiny, but the idea was in the air from early in the proceedings. Mutiny, a crew turning against its officers, was a real phenomenon in the age of sail, documented in the historical record, and the power dynamics of a ship at sea in the 19th century were such that mutinies did occasionally occur. But the mutiny theory, examined carefully, fits the evidence poorly. Benjamin Briggs's relationship with his crew appears to have been a good one. He was known as a fair captain, not a harsh one. The men he had hired were experienced sailors with no records of disciplinary problems. The voyage had been going well by all available evidence. There is no obvious motive for a mutiny at the specific point when the ship was found, no injustice documented, no conflict recorded, nothing in the preceding log entries to suggest tension between the captain and his crew. Moreover, a mutiny that resulted in the deaths of the captain and his officers would typically leave evidence, blood, damaged property, the kind of physical signs of violence that even a careful cleanup cannot entirely eliminate. The ship showed none of these things. DeVoe, going through the vessel with a professional eye, found no blood, no signs of struggle, no evidence of violence of any kind. The absence of such evidence is not conclusive, but it is significant. The theory of insurance fraud has proven more durable, precisely because it involves a more sophisticated form of crime that would deliberately avoid leaving obvious evidence. The basic version of this theory goes as follows: the owners of the Mary Celeste and her cargo, and possibly Captain Morehouse and his crew, conspired to stage the ship's abandonment in order to collect insurance money on the cargo while also claiming salvage on the ship. The crew of the Mary Celeste were paid off, sworn to silence, and dispersed, while the ship was found by the conveniently placed Dei Grazia and the legal machinery of salvage and insurance claims was set in motion. This theory has a certain narrative elegance that has kept it alive in popular accounts despite serious evidential problems. The relationship between Briggs and Morehouse, the fact that the two ships left New York within days of each other, the supposedly low salvage award, which might be reframed as the court being suspicious rather than the salvors being wronged, these details can be assembled into a story of conspiracy if you are inclined to see one. But the fraud theory requires a large number of people to have maintained perfect silence for the rest of their lives. There were 10 people on the Mary Celeste. If they all survived and were scattered to various ports and countries, any one of them might have talked, to a friend, to a family member, on a deathbed. None did. No confession surfaced. No credible witness ever came forward to describe being paid off by the ship's owners or instructed to maintain a cover story. The silence, if the fraud theory is correct, is as complete and as inexplicable as the disappearance itself. The insurance angle was also examined during the Gibraltar inquiry. The cargo was insured, and the insurance would have paid out on a loss. But the cargo was not lost, it arrived in Gibraltar intact and was eventually delivered to its destination. The owners of the cargo did not collect on any insurance claim for the goods themselves, because the goods were not lost. Whatever financial benefit might have been imagined from staging the disappearance, the actual financial outcome of the incident was not straightforwardly profitable for anyone involved. The theory of piracy, of an outside party boarding the Mary Celeste and killing or abducting the crew, is more dramatic and has the advantage of not requiring the surviving crew to maintain silence, because in this version there are no surviving crew. Pirates took them. Pirates killed them, or enslaved them, or simply put them adrift and left them to the ocean. But piracy in this stretch of the North Atlantic in 1872 was not a common phenomenon. The era of widespread Atlantic piracy had ended more than a century earlier. There are no records of pirate activity in the area at the relevant time. And pirates who went to the trouble of boarding a ship would, in the ordinary course of piracy, have taken the cargo. The cargo was untouched. 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol were considerably more valuable than a collection of personal effects and navigation instruments. If pirates had been involved, they had left behind the most valuable thing on the ship. There is a more recent and rather more unusual theory that involves a different kind of human intervention. Some researchers have suggested that the crew of the Dei Grazia itself was responsible, not in a conspiracy with the crew of the Mary Celeste, but in an act of violence that produced the disappearance and was then disguised as a salvage operation. In this version, Morehouse and his men boarded the Mary Celeste, killed or disposed of her crew, and then staged the discovery as if they had found a ship already abandoned. This theory has been advocated occasionally but has few serious supporters. It requires Morehouse and his crew to have committed murder and then to have voluntarily subjected themselves to an admiralty inquiry, under oath, in a jurisdiction that took such matters seriously, and to have maintained their story perfectly under cross-examination by a suspicious and aggressive prosecutor. Solly Flood was looking for evidence of exactly this kind of crime, and he did not find it. The testimony of the Dei Grazia's crew, examined carefully, is consistent and coherent in ways that are difficult to maintain through deliberate deception. The darker theories all share a common problem: they require either more evidence of crime than exists, or more successful concealment of crime than seems plausible. The Mary Celeste was found by real people who made real statements under oath. The ship was examined by real surveyors who made real findings. The court at Gibraltar was genuinely trying to find evidence of wrongdoing, motivated in part by the desire to avoid paying full salvage to the Dei Grazia's crew. And it could not find such evidence, despite looking hard. This does not mean that no crime occurred. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, as the legal maxim goes. But it does mean that the criminal theories require us to believe that 10 people vanished from a ship in the middle of the Atlantic without leaving any physical evidence of how they vanished, and that anyone who knew the truth maintained complete silence for the rest of their lives. The burden of that belief is considerable. There is something in human nature that prefers a crime to an accident. An accident, a rope parting, a lifeboat lost in bad weather, a captain making a reasonable decision that turned out to be wrong, is frightening precisely because it is arbitrary. It could happen to anyone. It requires no villains, no moral failure, no dramatic turning point. It is simply the world working the way the world sometimes works, indifferently and without mercy. A crime, by contrast, implies that someone made a choice, which implies that the choice could have been made differently, which implies that the tragedy was, in principle, preventable. This is a more comfortable kind of horror in some ways. It locates the responsibility somewhere specific, in a person who can be blamed and condemned and understood. But the evidence of the Mary Celeste points away from crime and toward accident. Not definitively, the mystery is genuine and the evidence is incomplete. But the weight of what is known is more consistent with a chain of unfortunate events than with deliberate wrongdoing. The captain was a good man. The crew was capable and apparently content. The ship was sound. The cargo was volatile, the weather was uncertain, and the sea is very large. These things together are enough to explain much, if not quite everything. The darker theories remain darker, more dramatic, more satisfying to a certain kind of storytelling impulse, but they have to explain more than the simpler theories do, and they leave more unresolved. The insurance angle deserves careful examination not because it is the most likely explanation but because it has been the most persistent one in popular accounts, and understanding why it fails is instructive about what kind of explanation the evidence actually supports. The Mary Celeste's cargo was insured through standard maritime insurance arrangements of the period. The ship herself was insured. These are not unusual facts. Virtually all commercial maritime cargo in 1872 was insured, because the risk of loss on the North Atlantic was real and the consequences of an uninsured loss were severe. The insurance values in question were not, by the standards of the era, extraordinary. The cargo of commercial alcohol was worth a certain amount, the ship was worth a certain amount, and the insurance policies reflected standard commercial valuations of the kind that were written every day for ships making the same crossing. There is nothing in the insurance arrangements of the Mary Celeste that suggests the kind of inflated valuation that is typically associated with planned insurance fraud. Contrast this with the deliberate wrecking of the Mary Celeste in 1885 by her final owner, Gilman Parker. In that case, the fraud was detectable precisely because the cargo had been insured at values that were clearly inconsistent with what was actually aboard the ship. The valuation was inflated to a degree that made the fraud apparent to investigators. The 1872 insurance arrangements showed no such inflation. They looked like what they were, standard commercial insurance on a standard commercial cargo. The financial benefit to any alleged conspiracy would also have been modest compared to the risks involved. Insurance fraud in 1872 was a serious crime, prosecuted vigorously by both the insurance companies and the admiralty courts. The penalties included imprisonment. The salvage award paid to the Dei Grazia was, as noted, substantially lower than what the salvors expected, roughly a fifth of the value of what they had saved. If the whole operation had been a conspiracy, the conspirators had engineered a remarkably poor return for the risks they had taken. The theory that Morehouse killed the crew of the Mary Celeste is perhaps the most cinematic of the darker theories, and it has appeared in various fictional treatments of the case. It has the advantage, from a storytelling perspective, of providing a clear villain with a clear motive, the salvage money, and a clear method, violence at sea, where such things happen and are not always investigated thoroughly. But its disadvantages as an historical explanation are considerable. Morehouse and his crew were examined under oath by a court that was specifically looking for evidence of this kind of crime. Solly Flood believed that something criminal had occurred and directed his inquiry accordingly. The testimony of the Dei Grazia's men was scrutinized for inconsistency, for the kind of subtle error that careful lies tend to produce under sustained questioning by a skilled interrogator. No such inconsistency was found. The testimony held up. Moreover, the condition of the Mary Celeste when she was found does not support the theory of a violent takeover. A ship whose crew has been attacked and killed by boarders does not look like the Mary Celeste looked. It shows signs of struggle, of resistance, of the disorder that violence produces. The Mary Celeste was orderly, strange in its vacancy, but not disordered in the way that violence would produce. There is a version of the Morehouse theory that does not require active violence but merely complicity, that Morehouse and Briggs had arranged for the Mary Celeste to be abandoned, with the crew paid off and dispersed, and Morehouse then sailed conveniently to the rescue. In this version, no one was killed, they were simply bribed to disappear. This is cleaner from an evidential standpoint, but it requires 10 people, Briggs, Sarah, the 7 crew members, and presumably a few Dei Grazia men who were in on the scheme, to have maintained complete silence for the rest of their lives. Sarah Briggs's letters, written in the days before departure, do not read like the letters of a woman who knows she is about to disappear. They read like the letters of a woman who is preparing for a sea voyage and expects to return. Whether this is genuine or an elaborate misdirection is a question each reader must answer for themselves, but the interpretation that requires the letters to be deliberate deception is considerably more complicated than the interpretation that takes them at face value. The darkness of the theories, when examined carefully, tends to dissipate. What remains is not a sinister story but a sad one: careful people, capable people, people with specific futures waiting for them on shore, caught in circumstances that we cannot precisely reconstruct and that ended in the most final way possible, in the cold water of the December Atlantic. The Mary Celeste did not disappear after the inquiry at Gibraltar. She continued to exist as a ship, to carry cargo, to sail these same waters and others. Her history after 1872 is in some ways as strange as the events of that year, a sequence of misfortunes and changes of ownership that gave the ship a reputation it could not shake and an end that had its own particular quality of sadness. After the inquiry concluded and the salvage award was paid, the Mary Celeste was returned to her owners, or rather, to the complex web of ownership and insurance that governed such matters in the maritime commerce of the era. She was deemed seaworthy and put back into service. Her cargo of alcohol, which had arrived in Gibraltar more or less intact, was eventually forwarded to its destination. The ship herself was eventually sold. She passed through a succession of owners in the years following 1872, none of whom held her for long. The reputation of a ghost ship is not commercially advantageous. Sailors who knew the story were, in the tradition of maritime superstition, reluctant to serve on her. The story of the abandoned ship, the missing crew, the mystery that had been publicly aired in the courts of Gibraltar and reported in the newspapers of 2 continents, all of this clung to the Mary Celeste the way certain kinds of history cling to certain places and things. She was refitted, renamed in some accounts, though the renaming records are inconsistent, and put to work on various routes. She carried timber, she carried general cargo, she did the ordinary work of a working ship on the North Atlantic trade routes. But owners came and went with a frequency that suggests the ship was not prospering commercially, regardless of any supernatural associations. The final chapter of the Mary Celeste's existence came in early 1885, more than 12 years after the events in the winter Atlantic. She was by this point under the ownership of a man named Gilman Parker, an American captain who had, by all subsequent accounts, arrived at a position of financial desperation. The ship was in poor condition. Her cargo insurance was, in the language of the era, written at a value substantially higher than the actual worth of the ship and what she was carrying. On the 3rd of January, 1885, the Mary Celeste ran aground on the Roche-Lois Reef off the coast of Haiti, in the Miragon region. The grounding was not accidental. Parker had deliberately wrecked the ship in order to collect the insurance. This was a crime, a form of barratry, which is the deliberate destruction of a ship for financial gain, and it was not particularly well concealed. The cargo that Parker had loaded on the ship for the purpose of insuring it at a fraudulent value included goods that were either entirely fictitious or grossly overvalued, dried fish, supposedly, and other provisions that were either not there or not worth what the insurance claimed. When the insurance company sent an agent to investigate, the fraud became apparent. Parker was arrested and tried for barratry and fraud in the United States. The trial was something of a sensation. Here was the captain of the Mary Celeste, the ghost ship, the vessel found sailing herself across the Atlantic without a crew, the ship that had been the subject of the inquiry at Gibraltar and the inspiration for the story by the young doctor in Portsmouth. Here was that ship's final captain, tried for deliberately wrecking her for insurance money. The irony was noted by the press of the time. The ship that had spawned so many theories of fraud and criminal conspiracy ended her days as the object of an actual, documented fraud. Parker was convicted. But the conviction was subsequently overturned on a technicality, and Parker, who was by most accounts already in poor health, died before a new trial could be convened. The story ended without the satisfying resolution that formal legal proceedings are supposed to provide. The final owner of the Mary Celeste got away with it, in the end, though not in any way that looked like getting away with anything. The wreck of the Mary Celeste on the Roche-Lois Reef was examined over the subsequent decades by various divers and maritime historians, who confirmed the ship's identity through her dimensions and construction details. The reef and the shallow waters around it held what remained of her, timber and iron fittings gradually being claimed by the sea, the way wood always is eventually claimed by the sea. A deeper irony of the ship's end is that Parker's deliberate wrecking of the Mary Celeste was itself a kind of answer to the question that had haunted her for 12 years. The mystery of the 1872 disappearance was never solved. But the subsequent career of the ship showed that the owners of the Mary Celeste were not, in general, particularly scrupulous people. The rotating cast of owners who held her after the 1872 incident included at least one who was willing to commit fraud. Perhaps others had been as well. This does not tell us anything specific about what happened in November and December of 1872. The insurance fraud of 1885 was a separate event, committed by different people under different circumstances. But it does complicate the comfortable narrative that the Mary Celeste was simply an innocent victim of mysterious circumstances. The ship existed in a world of commercial maritime activity in which corners were sometimes cut, records were sometimes falsified, and the line between bad luck and bad faith was not always clearly drawn. The Roche-Lois Reef held the wreck for more than a century. In 2001, a team of researchers located what they believed to be the remains of the Mary Celeste in those waters, using historical records and underwater survey to identify the site. The identification was not universally accepted, the evidence was consistent with the Mary Celeste but not conclusive in the way that a documentary record would be, but it added one more layer to a story that had been accumulating layers since 1872. What is left of her now is very little. Wood rots. Iron corrodes. The reef and the Caribbean waters do their work over decades, and a 19th-century wooden brigantine is not built to last forever under those conditions. She has become, in the century and a half since she was found sailing herself across the Atlantic, a kind of ghost twice over, first the ghost ship of the mystery, and then the actual ghost of a wreck slowly dissolving into the sea that always owned her. There is something fitting about this. A ship called the Mary Celeste, named perhaps by someone who expected quiet competence and got instead a century and a half of mystery and notoriety, ending her days on a Caribbean reef as the object of a rather mundane insurance fraud. The mythology had burned so brightly around her that even her end was overshadowed by it, reported in the context of the ghost ship story, treated as a final chapter in an ongoing narrative rather than simply the end of a working vessel's commercial life. Ships do not usually have such afterlives. Most ships work and then are broken up for scrap when they are no longer useful, or they founder and sink and are forgotten within a generation. The Mary Celeste was not a particularly special ship in any material respect, she was a competent working brigantine, not unusually well built or unusually well appointed. She was the kind of ship that should have been forgotten when her working life ended. Instead she became one of the most famous ships in history, more famous than most warships, more famous than many of the grand ocean liners that would come later. She is famous for something that was not her doing, for having been found without her crew, for having been the occasion of an unanswerable question, for having become the template for a certain kind of story about the sea and its mysteries. The ship is gone. The people are gone. The mystery remains. And the reef off the coast of Haiti, where her timbers finally rested, holds what little is left of her in the way that the sea holds all things eventually, patiently, indifferently, without explanation. The succession of owners who held the Mary Celeste between 1872 and her final destruction in 1885 tells a story about the economics of maritime commerce in the late 19th century that is interesting in its own right. A ship with a story attached to her, particularly a story of the kind the Mary Celeste carried, was not an easy property to manage commercially. The superstition was real, even if the rational people involved did not explicitly acknowledge it. Sailors who knew the name would sometimes be reluctant to serve on her. Owners who knew the story sometimes found it difficult to attract reliable crew at normal rates. The rotating ownership also reflects the broader economic context of American maritime commerce in the 1870s and 1880s. This was a period of transition, steam was beginning to replace sail on many of the major commercial routes, and the economics of sailing vessels were becoming less favorable. The investment in a brigantine in 1872 was already somewhat retrograde. By 1880, the decline of sail was accelerating, and a vessel like the Mary Celeste was becoming a less attractive commercial proposition regardless of any supernatural associations. Several of the later owners of the Mary Celeste attempted to put her to work on routes where the competition from steam vessels was less severe, shorter coastal runs, specialized cargoes, markets where the lower operating costs of a sailing vessel could still make her competitive. Whether these efforts were successful is difficult to determine from the available records, which are patchy in the way that records of marginal commercial enterprises tend to be. Successful businesses leave more records than unsuccessful ones. By the early 1880s, the Mary Celeste was nearing the end of her commercial useful life in the ordinary way of wooden vessels of her era. The hull required increasing maintenance to remain seaworthy. The rigging needed replacement. The costs of keeping her in a condition to carry cargo were rising while the revenue she could generate was declining. In this context, the acquisition of the ship by Gilman Parker, and his subsequent decision to wreck her for the insurance money, begins to make a kind of grim sense as the rational calculation of a desperate man. Parker's fraud was clumsy, which is why it was detected. The cargo he loaded onto the Mary Celeste for the purpose of insuring it at an inflated value was either not present in the quantities claimed or was of a quality far below what the insurance papers represented. When the underwriters sent their agent to examine the wreck and assess the loss, the discrepancies were immediately apparent. The canned goods that were supposed to fill the hold were present in much smaller quantities than claimed. Some of the cargo may have been fictitious entirely. The Haiti location for the deliberate wrecking was not random. The Roche-Lois Reef in the waters off the southern coast of Haiti was remote enough to make official investigation difficult, in a jurisdiction where American authorities had limited reach, in waters where the navigation was treacherous enough that a wrecking could plausibly be attributed to navigational error. Parker may have chosen this location precisely because it offered the best chance of the fraud going undetected. What he failed to anticipate, or chose to ignore, was the efficiency of the maritime insurance company's investigative methods. By the 1880s, these companies had developed substantial expertise in detecting maritime fraud, which was a recurring problem in an era when the incentives for it were high and the regulatory framework was still developing. The agent sent to Haiti by the underwriters was experienced and thorough, and the evidence of fraud was not difficult to find once someone was looking for it. The trial that followed Parker's arrest was one of the last chapters of the Mary Celeste story in the contemporary press. The newspapers that covered it did so in the context of the ghost ship story. This was the Mary Celeste, the famous abandoned ship, the vessel of the great mystery of 1872, now the object of a mundane insurance fraud. The irony was noted. The contrast between the atmospheric mystery of the abandonment and the sordid practicality of the deliberate wrecking was commented upon. Parker died before a second trial could be arranged. The other men involved in the scheme, the captain of the vessel that had loaded and insured the fraudulent cargo, and others who had participated in varying degrees, were also charged, with varying outcomes. The legal proceedings ended without the complete resolution that would have provided a tidy conclusion to the story of the Mary Celeste. The wreck on the Roche-Lois Reef became, in time, a research site for maritime historians and archaeologists interested in the Mary Celeste. The wooden timbers that remained after the tropical waters and the marine organisms and the years had done their work were not extensive, but they were identifiable through the dimensions and construction details that matched the known specifications of the ship. What could be confirmed was confirmed. What could not be confirmed remained, as so much about the Mary Celeste, uncertain. The reef holds what is left of her now, in whatever condition a century of tropical ocean leaves things. The wood that was cut in Nova Scotia in 1860 and 1861, the iron fittings that were forged in the maritime workshops of a shipbuilding culture, the accumulated material of a ship's working life, all of this is part of the reef now, incorporated into the living structure of coral and marine growth that the reef supports, returned to the ocean in the most literal possible way. This is the end of ships, usually. They work, and then they are done, and the sea takes them back. The Mary Celeste's end was more dramatic than most, the deliberate grounding, the fraud, the legal proceedings, but the ultimate destination was the same as it would have been regardless. The sea floor, or the reef, or the salvage yard, or the slow dissolution that is the fate of all material things. What does not dissolve is the story. The ship is gone. The story remains. Every disappearance leaves behind the people who did not disappear. This is perhaps the most obvious thing about loss, and yet it is the thing that is most often forgotten in the retelling of mystery stories, which tend to focus on the mystery rather than the grief. The Mary Celeste mystery has generated an enormous quantity of speculation about what happened to the people who were aboard. But the people who were not aboard, the ones who waited, and kept waiting, are part of the story too. Arthur Briggs was 7 years old when his parents and his sister left New York on the Mary Celeste in November of 1872. He was staying with his grandmother, Maria Briggs, in Marion, Massachusetts. 7 is old enough to understand that people leave and come back. It is not quite old enough to understand what it means when they do not come back. Maria Briggs received the news of the abandoned ship in stages, the way such news traveled in the era before instantaneous communication. The telegraph existed, but it was not ubiquitous, and maritime news from Gibraltar traveled slowly to the small coastal communities of Massachusetts. The sequence of understanding, the first reports of the abandoned ship, the slow accumulation of information about the inquiry, the eventual official acknowledgement that the people aboard the Mary Celeste were presumed dead, unfolded over weeks and months. There is a letter that Maria Briggs wrote in the weeks after the news arrived, to a relative, that has survived in fragmentary form in historical collections. It is not a dramatic letter. It is the letter of a woman who has received terrible news and is trying to continue functioning in the face of it, making arrangements, acknowledging the reality, being practical about what needs to be done. She writes about Arthur. She writes about what she will tell him. She does not write about Benjamin in the way that a mother usually writes about a child who has died, because the death had not been confirmed, and perhaps some part of her was not yet ready to confirm it. Benjamin Briggs's brothers, James, Nathan, and Oliver, all sea captains themselves, participated in the aftermath in the way that men of their kind and era participated in such things. They corresponded with the shipping agents and the Admiralty officials. They attempted to gather information. They pushed for answers that were not available to be given. They had a professional understanding of what it meant to lose a ship and a crew, which made the personal loss of a brother no easier but perhaps more framed. The crew's families are harder to trace. Albert Richardson, the first mate, had a fiancée in New York who waited for news and eventually received the worst kind. Her name was not widely recorded in the historical accounts, because women in that position, the fiancées and wives and mothers of ordinary sailors, did not generally leave substantial historical records. They grieved in the way people grieved in 1872 and 1873, privately, in the company of family and community, without the public documentation that subsequent generations would provide. The German sailors, the Lorenzen brothers, Martens, Gondeschalk, had families in Germany who would not have received the news until weeks or months after the abandonment was established. Communications across the Atlantic in that era, while faster than in previous centuries, were still slow by any modern standard. The telegram might have taken days. The letter might have taken weeks. And the official records of the inquiry at Gibraltar, which established the presumption of death, would have had to be formally communicated through consular channels. There is something particularly hard about waiting for news of someone who might be lost at sea. The ocean provides no bodies, often. It provides no wreckage, or the wreckage it provides is ambiguous and scattered. In the case of the Mary Celeste's crew, no bodies were ever found, no lifeboat was ever discovered, no message in a bottle washed ashore with a final account. The disappearance was simply that, a disappearance. The people were there, and then they were not, and the ocean kept whatever secrets it had. Arthur Briggs grew up in the knowledge of what had happened, or rather in the knowledge of what had not happened, which is perhaps harder. He lived until 1930, 58 years after the events in the winter Atlantic. He was asked about the Mary Celeste many times over the decades, as the story grew in public prominence, and he answered with the patience of someone who has made peace with a mystery that will never resolve. He said he did not know what had happened to his parents and his sister. He said that no one knew. He said that some things simply remained unknown. He was right. And there is a quality of grace in that, in the capacity of a man who lost his entire immediate family at the age of 7 to say, 70 years later, simply that some things remain unknown. It is a different posture toward mystery than the one that generates theories and counter-theories and elaborate narratives of conspiracy or supernatural intervention. It is the posture of someone who has learned to live with an unanswered question as a permanent feature of the landscape. The community of Marion, Massachusetts, a small coastal town where the Briggs family had roots, where Benjamin Briggs had grown up knowing the sea, absorbed the loss in the way small maritime communities absorb the losses that the sea regularly extracts from them. The sea took people. It had always taken people. The specific mystery of the Mary Celeste was unusual, but the grief it produced was not unusual. It was the grief of families who waited and were not answered, which is the oldest grief that maritime communities know. The crew's nationalities scattered the grief across 2 continents. The German families in their villages and towns would have heard the name of the ship and perhaps understood something of what had happened, but the broader mystery, the ghost ship, the admiral's inquiry, the theories and counter-theories, would have meant little to them. They had simply lost sons and husbands and brothers to the sea, as so many had before. The Lorenzen brothers are perhaps the most poignant of the crew members, in a small way, 2 brothers who had signed on together, who had presumably sailed together before, who were doing the same work on the same ship and who vanished together. When the news came back to Germany, it came for both of them at once. The family received the absence of 2 people simultaneously, which is a different kind of loss from losing them one at a time. The cook, Edward Head, had a wife in New York. She was young, he was 23, she would have been of similar age. They were recently married, or had been together for a short time, and the crossing was one he expected to complete and return from. She remained in New York. She eventually, presumably, rebuilt her life. The historical record does not follow her very far. She becomes one of the unnamed women who appear briefly in the account of the Mary Celeste and then disappear back into the ordinary historical silence that surrounds women of that era and class. These people, the ones who stayed, the ones who waited, the ones who received the news and had to continue living, are the real weight of the Mary Celeste story. The mystery is intellectually fascinating. The ghost ship is atmospherically compelling. But the grief is what is real, and the grief fell on people who were not at sea, who had done nothing adventurous or reckless, who had simply loved someone who went to work one morning and did not come home. Benjamin Briggs, in the days before the departure, had written to his mother, the same Maria Briggs who would later receive the terrible news of his disappearance. He was in good spirits. He was pleased with the ship and satisfied with the crew. He mentioned Sarah and the baby, who were well. He was a man in the middle of a life that was going reasonably well, doing work he knew how to do, with people he trusted, heading toward a destination he had been to before. The letter exists. It is among the documentary evidence of the Mary Celeste case. It is written in a careful hand. Benjamin Briggs was an educated man, and his handwriting reflects it, and it has the quality of all such letters, the quality of ordinary life being described by someone who expects the ordinary to continue. He does not know it is one of the last letters he will write. He does not know that the next time anyone hears from him will be through the official findings of an admiralty court that cannot explain what happened to him. The letter ends. The ship sails. The autumn of 1872 moves into the winter. And somewhere on the Atlantic, something happens that takes the letters out of Benjamin Briggs's hands forever, and leaves only the questions that the letters cannot answer. Arthur lived for 58 more years. He had his grandmother, and eventually a life of his own, and the particular relationship to mystery that comes from being the child who was not aboard. He was the one who stayed. He was the one who inherited the not knowing. The question of what the families of the Mary Celeste's crew understood in the weeks and months following the ship's discovery is one that the historical record addresses only partially. The news moved through the channels available to it in 1872, the telegraph for urgent communications, the post for longer accounts, the newspapers that covered the Admiralty proceedings at Gibraltar and whose accounts were reprinted and summarized in American papers with the time delay that transatlantic news transmission involved. For Maria Briggs, receiving news in Marion, Massachusetts, the sequence of information would have been something like this. First, perhaps, or report that the Mary Celeste had been found abandoned, the bare fact, without context or explanation. Then, more detailed accounts as the Gibraltar inquiry progressed, accounts that raised more questions than they answered, that described the empty ship and the missing crew without providing any explanation for either. And finally, the official conclusion: the crew was presumed dead, the circumstances were unknown, the inquiry was concluded without reaching a finding. The presumption of death, in the legal and practical sense, was eventually established. It had to be, for the purposes of settling the estates of the people who had disappeared and for the various administrative necessities that follow from the absence of definitive news. But the presumption was exactly that, a presumption. It was the legal and practical acknowledgement that people who have been missing for a sufficient period, under circumstances consistent with death, are to be treated as dead for all practical purposes. It was not a finding of death. It was not the certainty that a body in a coffin provides. This is a particular kind of grief, the grief of the unconfirmed, the grief that has no definitive object, the grief that cannot quite complete itself because the loss has not been absolutely confirmed. The maritime communities of the era were not strangers to this kind of loss. Ships disappeared regularly without leaving bodies or wreckage. Families learned to hold this kind of incomplete grief over years and decades, constructing their lives around an absence that had never been formally closed. Arthur Briggs was 7 when his parents and sister left. By the time he understood, in any adult sense, what had happened, by the time he could hold the story in his mind as a coherent narrative rather than a child's experience of absence and confusion, he was perhaps 10 or 12, old enough to understand loss but young enough that the understanding was still taking shape. His grandmother, who raised him, would have been his primary source of information and comfort. What she told him, and how she told him, shaped the relationship he would have with the mystery for the rest of his life. In later years, when reporters and historians came to Arthur Briggs with their questions, he was known to be patient and cooperative without being particularly forthcoming with speculation. He knew the facts, such as they were. He knew his parents had been on the ship and the ship had been found empty and his parents had never been accounted for. He did not have information beyond this. He had not solved the mystery. He had not received, in some private letter or deathbed confidence, an explanation that the historical record lacked. He was simply a man who had lost his family to a mystery and had gone on living. The going on living is perhaps the least dramatic part of the story, but it is the most human part. All the other people touched by the Mary Celeste's disappearance did the same thing, in their own ways and at their own pace. The fiancée of Albert Richardson eventually rebuilt her life. The families of the German sailors eventually made peace with the absence. Maria Briggs raised her grandson and saw him grow to adulthood. The communities on both sides of the Atlantic absorbed the loss and continued, because that is what communities do, and what people do, because the alternative is to stop. The Mary Celeste mystery is not a story about people who could not go on. It is a story about people who lost something irreplaceable and went on anyway. The mystery they were left with, the not knowing, the open question, the unanswerable, became part of the fabric of their lives, woven in with everything else, eventually no longer the foreground but still present, still there, still the particular shape of the absence that the lost had left behind. This is the real weight of the Mary Celeste case, the thing that distinguishes it from a puzzle or an intellectual challenge or a piece of maritime history. 10 real people disappeared, and other real people spent the rest of their lives with that fact, and the mystery that surrounded it was not primarily an intellectual mystery but a human one. The not knowing was not primarily frustrating. It was primarily sad. The Azores are 9 islands in the middle of the Atlantic, scattered across roughly 600 kilometers of ocean in a rough northwest-southeast arc, positioned about a third of the way between Europe and America. They belong, today, to Portugal, as they have in various formal and informal ways since the 15th century when Portuguese sailors first described them in the historical record, though evidence suggests they may have been known to others before. They are volcanic in origin, risen from the sea floor through the activity of the tectonic boundary between the Eurasian and African plates, and they have the particular quality of landscape that volcanic islands always have, sudden, dramatic, rising abruptly from the ocean in ways that have nothing to do with gradual geological process. In 1872, the Azores were a way station for the North Atlantic trade. Ships running between Europe and America called at the islands, particularly at Fayal, with its excellent harbor at Horta, to take on fresh water and provisions, to make repairs, to wait out weather, to pick up mail. The island communities had an economy that was substantially oriented toward this maritime traffic, providing services to the ships and crews that passed through in a steady stream over the sailing seasons. Santa Maria, the most southerly of the Azores, is a different kind of island from the more dramatic volcanic peaks of the western group. It is lower, less abrupt, with a more settled agricultural character. The eastern tip, around which the Mary Celeste was navigating when the last log entry was made, has the characteristic coastline of the Azorian Islands, rocky, with currents that can be unpredictable, particularly in the winter months when the weather systems that cross the Atlantic have their maximum impact on these waters. For a ship approaching from the west, as the Mary Celeste was doing, the Azores represent a landmark after weeks of featureless ocean. The first sight of land, the dark profile of an island against the horizon, growing from a smudge to a definite shape as the ship approaches, is one of the significant moments of a transatlantic passage. It means that the first half of the crossing is complete. It means that the navigation has been accurate, that the calculated position has proven to match the actual position, that the instruments and the navigator's skill have done their jobs. The waters around the Azores have their own character. The Gulf Stream, which moves warm water northward from the Caribbean, is not far away, and its influence on the temperature and the weather in the region is significant. The mixing of warm and cold water creates fog and mist that can reduce visibility dramatically, sometimes for extended periods. The winds in the vicinity of the islands can be confused by the topography. The islands act as obstacles to the prevailing winds, creating local conditions that differ from what the open ocean would produce. A ship rounding the eastern tip of Santa Maria and setting a course for the Portuguese coast and eventually Gibraltar would have been entering a zone of somewhat more variable conditions than the open Atlantic passage had provided. The weather could change quickly. The currents were less predictable. The combination of factors that affected navigation in these waters was more complex than the relatively straightforward business of a mid-Atlantic crossing. The last log entry places the Mary Celeste approximately 6 miles north-northeast of the eastern tip of Santa Maria. This is close enough to the island that the crew would have been able to see land, or to see where land would be, even if the visibility was not good enough to make it out clearly. They were at the transition point between the open ocean and the island waters, making the calculations and adjustments that this transition required. What happened in the waters between Santa Maria and the Portuguese coast in the period after the 25th of November is the heart of the mystery. The log ends. The next entry was never written. 10 days pass in which the ship sailed on without her crew, and whatever happened in those 10 days happened in a stretch of ocean between an island group and a continental coast, in winter conditions that could have included any combination of fog, swell, sudden squalls, and the particular atmospheric effects associated with the boundary between different bodies of water. The Azores are still there. The eastern tip of Santa Maria still rises from the Atlantic as it did in 1872, unchanged in its essential geography, indifferent to the ships that have passed around it in the century and a half since the Mary Celeste made her final log entry in its vicinity. The water between the islands and the Portuguese coast is the same water, circulated by the same currents, stirred by the same winds, receiving the same rain and sunshine that fell on it in November and December of 1872. There is no marker in that stretch of ocean. There is nothing to distinguish the water where 10 people disappeared from the water around it. The sea does not leave monuments to its events. It leaves only the events themselves, preserved in historical records and court testimonies and the memories of the people who were touched by them and who have since also returned to the earth. The Azorian communities that existed in 1872 had absorbed the long history of the Atlantic crossing, the stories of ships lost and ships found, the accounts of unusual events at sea, the folklore that accumulated around a stretch of water that was both essential and dangerous. The Mary Celeste, had she been found aground on one of the Azorian islands rather than sailing empty in the open ocean, would have been one of many such casualties. Found as she was found, floating, functional, crewless, she was something else. She was the ship that the Azores had not quite claimed. She had passed through their waters, made her last log entry in their vicinity, and then continued on without her people, eastward, away from the islands and toward a continent that she would not reach under her own crew. The Azores are the last landmark in her story, the last point at which anyone can say with certainty where she was and that her crew was still aboard. After that, the ocean is simply ocean, and the story is simply mystery. The islands are beautiful, if you could see them. The volcanic peaks of the western islands, Pico, with its nearly 2,000-meter cone visible from great distances, Fayal, with its harbor where the ships put in and the trading houses lined the waterfront, these are the kind of dramatic landscapes that the ocean creates when it pushes its geological drama up above the surface. In the winter light of November and December, with clouds around the higher peaks and the sea a deep blue-gray between the islands, they have a quality that is severe and magnificent and not quite like anywhere on the continental landmasses that border the Atlantic. The Mary Celeste passed through their vicinity and went on, and the sea kept what happened next, and the Azores remained as they had always been, islands in the middle of the ocean, belonging neither to the world on either side and yet connecting them, a gathering point for all the history and trade and tragedy that the Atlantic had witnessed since the first ship set out to cross it. In the age of sail, the Middle Ocean was a place of genuine solitude. There was no radio signal, no satellite position, no way to communicate with the world on either shore except through the physical transport of letters in the mailbag. A ship between the Azores and the Portuguese coast was as alone as it was possible to be in a world that was, by 1872, fairly thoroughly mapped and connected. The isolation was real, not metaphorical. Whatever happened out there happened in complete privacy, witnessed only by the sea and the sky and whatever other vessels were near enough to see, and there is no record of any other vessel having been near. This is the distance that the Mary Celeste story asks you to feel, the distance between the world and the place where everything changed. A distance measured not only in miles of open water but in the silence that covers a ship in the middle of the Atlantic, the particular quiet of a vessel under sail in winter, moving through gray water under gray sky, with no land visible in any direction and nothing but the compass and the chart to say where it is going and how far it has come. Let that image settle. The islands in the winter ocean. The ship moving past them, eastward. The last entry written in a calm hand on a calm day, recording position and weather and course. The days that followed, unmarked. Chapter 12, What Later Investigators Found. The Mary Celeste case did not close when the Gibraltar inquiry concluded. It reopened periodically across the following century and a half, each reopening bringing new tools, new methods, new approaches to the same evidence. The 20th century brought scientific methods of investigation that the Victorian era could not have imagined, and these were applied, eventually, to the Mary Celeste problem. One of the most significant modern investigations was undertaken in the early 2000s, when a documentary filmmaker named Anne McGregor commissioned a reconstruction experiment to test the alcohol vapor theory. Working with researchers who had expertise in chemical engineering and maritime history, the team built a scale replica of the Mary Celeste's hold and loaded it with barrels of the same grade of commercial alcohol that the ship had been carrying in 1872. The experiment examined what would happen to the vapor pressure inside the hold under conditions similar to those the Mary Celeste might have experienced in November 1872. The results were instructive. The commercial alcohol of the era, particularly if distilled under certain conditions, was more volatile than the modern equivalent. It produced vapor more readily. And the barrels of the period, wooden staves bound with iron hoops, sealed with wooden bungs, were not perfectly airtight under all conditions. The experiment also examined what a powerful buildup of vapor in the hold might produce when a hatch was suddenly opened. What they found was that, under the right conditions, the rush of air into the vapor-filled hold could produce a significant explosion of gas, a rapid expansion that would create a loud report, a rush of air and fire, and then, crucially, almost no lasting physical evidence. The vapor burnt off without leaving soot, without damaging the barrels, without producing the kind of obvious fire damage that would have been apparent to the investigators at Gibraltar. This finding was significant. It suggested a mechanism by which the crew could have experienced something alarming and dramatic, a sudden explosion-like event when the hold was opened, without leaving physical evidence that the investigators at Gibraltar would have found. The crew would have heard and felt the explosion. They would have seen the fireball. And they would have interpreted this, entirely reasonably, as the beginning of a catastrophic fire that would consume the ship and everything aboard her. They would not have stayed to find out whether the fire had actually taken hold. They would have evacuated. Immediately. And by the time they had rowed away from the ship far enough to be safe from what they believed was a burning vessel, the actual fire, if there was one, which was brief and self-limiting, would have been over. The ship would have continued to float, undamaged in any visible way, while the people who had evacuated it were now committed to the open ocean in a small boat. This reconstruction experiment did not prove that this is what happened. No experiment can prove what happened on a specific day in 1872 in the middle of the Atlantic. But it showed that the mechanism was plausible, that the physical evidence was consistent with such an event, and that the behavior of the crew, which has sometimes been described as irrational or inexplicable, was in fact a rational response to what they experienced. A rational response to a terrifying experience that turned out not to be as catastrophic as they feared. This is, in some ways, the most humanly comprehensible version of the Mary Celeste story. It does not require villains. It does not require supernatural forces. It requires only experienced people, in a stressful situation, making a reasonable decision that had catastrophic consequences through no fault of their own. Later investigators also turned their attention to the navigational evidence, the log entries, the slate, the position recordings. The analysis of the last recorded position and the position where the ship was found raised questions about the ship's course that some researchers found significant. The distance the ship had traveled between the last log entry and her discovery suggested she had been under sail for approximately 10 days, which is consistent with the accounts. But the specific course she appeared to have followed raised questions about what the crew had been doing with the sails in the final days of the log. There are researchers who have argued that the navigation evidence suggests the crew was not in normal control of the ship in the period immediately preceding the abandonment, that there were course changes and sail configurations that are consistent with a crew dealing with an emergency rather than a crew making a normal passage. Others have read the same evidence and reached different conclusions. Navigation records from a 19th-century sailing ship are not precise enough to support definitive conclusions about day-to-day crew behavior. The 9 open barrels in the hold were re-examined by researchers in the 1990s and 2000s, and the question of why they were opened became one of the more interesting puzzles of the late 20th century investigation. The consensus that emerged from these studies was that the barrels had been opened by someone who knew what they were doing, not broken, not damaged, but carefully opened in the way a captain or cargo superintendent might open a barrel to inspect its contents. This detail is consistent with a scenario in which Briggs or a member of his crew inspected the cargo after noticing something wrong, an unusual smell, a change in the sound of the barrels when tapped, some indication that the contents were not behaving as expected. The inspection might have been what triggered the explosion-like event described by the reconstruction experiment. Opening a hatch in a vapor-filled hold could, under the right conditions, produce exactly the dramatic effect that would have sent everyone running for the lifeboat. The physical condition of the pump was re-examined as well. The missing internal components, the leather cylinder and valves, are consistent with the pump having been taken apart for sounding purposes, as described in earlier chapters. This was a method sometimes used when the pump itself was not functioning properly, removing the internals and using the pump rod as a simple depth gauge to measure water in the bilges. If Briggs had done this and found water at an alarming level, or thought he found it, the pump condition supports a scenario in which the captain believed his ship was taking on water. Modern understanding of wooden ship behavior in heavy weather suggests that a wooden brigantine could, under certain conditions, appear to be taking on water rapidly due to waves swamping the decks and finding their way through hatches and deck seams, only for the apparent flooding to drain away once the weather moderated. If Briggs took his sounding during or immediately after a period of heavy weather, and found alarming quantities of water in the bilges, he might have been measuring temporary flooding rather than a serious structural leak. But he had no way to know this in the moment. He had a reading, and the reading was alarming, and he had a cargo of 1,700 barrels of flammable liquid that had apparently been producing dangerous vapor. The combination of these two things, a ship apparently taking on water and a hold apparently filling with explosive fumes, was more than sufficient reason for an experienced captain to order an immediate evacuation. The modern investigations have not solved the mystery. They have not produced a definitive account of what happened on the Mary Celeste in the last days of November and the first days of December, 1872. What they have done is make the non-dramatic explanations more credible and the dramatic ones less so. The weight of the evidence, examined with modern tools and modern understanding of maritime physics and chemistry, points toward accident rather than crime, toward misfortune rather than malice. The mystery persists not because the truth is unknowable in principle, something specific happened, and that specific thing has a specific explanation, but because the evidence that would confirm any particular explanation has been lost. The ocean does not preserve evidence. The people who knew the truth died without explaining it. The ship herself has been dissolved by a century and a half of salt water and tropical heat. What remains is the investigation, continuing in the minds of researchers and historians and ordinary people who find the story compelling. Each generation brings its own methods and its own framing, and each generation reaches slightly different conclusions, and none of them is quite final. The truth, whatever it was, happened once. It happened in a specific moment on a specific stretch of ocean, and the people who experienced it knew what it was, and they are gone. What we have is everything except the truth, the ship, the records, the inquiry, the theories, the stories, the myth. One detail that later investigators have returned to repeatedly is the state of the ship's rigging at the time of discovery. Oliver Deveau noted that the main staysail was set but the foretopmast staysail and the jib were furled on the bowsprit. This configuration is unusual, it is not the arrangement a captain would choose for a normal passage, but it is consistent with a ship whose crew had been in the process of adjusting her sail plan in response to changing conditions before they left. Whether they were reefing down in anticipation of bad weather or shaking out sails after a storm had passed is impossible to say from the evidence that remains. The state of the binnacle, the compass housing, was noted by Deveau as damaged, with the compass itself out of its box. This detail has been interpreted in various ways. Some investigators have suggested that the compass was removed and taken aboard the lifeboat to help with navigation in open water. If true, this suggests a degree of deliberateness in the departure that is consistent with an orderly evacuation rather than a panicked flight. The crew took what they needed for navigation and left everything else behind. What they apparently did not take, or could not take in the time available, was the ship's register, the official document that identified the Mary Celeste as a legally registered American vessel. The absence of the register has sometimes been cited as evidence of foul play, since a ship's register was a valuable document. But it has also been interpreted as evidence that the evacuation was hurried, that the crew left intending to return once they had ascertained that the danger had passed, and did not take the register because they expected to be back aboard before it would be needed. Whether they expected to return is one of the questions that hovers permanently over the case. Did they leave thinking they were evacuating temporarily, that once the fumes dispersed or the flooding proved less serious than feared they would row back and resume the passage? Or did they leave believing the ship was finished, that she would burn or sink before they could return? The answer to this question would tell us a great deal about what they believed was happening, and therefore about what was actually happening, but the answer is not in any document that survives. The truth, whatever it was, happened once. It happened in a specific moment on a specific stretch of ocean, and the people who experienced it knew what it was, and they are gone. What we have is everything except the truth, the ship, the records, the inquiry, the theories, the stories, the myth. There is a reason why certain mysteries endure when most do not. Most mysteries are solved, or fade from memory when no solution is forthcoming, or were never mysterious to begin with, only complicated in ways that time and research eventually clarify. The ones that truly endure have a quality that goes beyond the facts of the case. They touch something in the way we understand ourselves and our world, and they continue to disturb that understanding in a way that resolution might actually end. The Mary Celeste story has endured for 150 years. Not just as a historical curiosity, not just as a puzzle for maritime historians, but as a cultural presence, a reference point, a shorthand, a story that people who have never read a word of the Gibraltar Inquiry testimony or the Cornhill magazine story understand in its essential outlines. A ship found sailing herself. A crew vanished without explanation. The enduring image of the ghost ship. Part of what makes it endure is the completeness of the disappearance. If the crew had been found, dead of exposure in a lifeboat, washed ashore on some Atlantic island, even their remains eventually recovered, the story would have resolved into a tragedy, which is one kind of story. Powerful, perhaps, but closed. The Mary Celeste remains open because the people are simply gone, not dead in any documentable way, not found, not confirmed. They passed from the world without leaving the usual residue that people leave. This touches something very old in the human imagination. The idea of people who simply vanish, who are here and then are not, who leave their possessions and their clothes and their ordinary lives behind and step out of the world, appears in the folklore of every culture. The fairy hill that takes people. The forest that does not return them. The spirit that calls from the water. These stories encode an anxiety that is very real, the anxiety that the world is larger and stranger than ordinary life usually allows us to remember, and that ordinary life can simply stop, without warning, without reason, without resolution. The Mary Celeste is a real-world version of that fairy tale anxiety. 10 real people, doing real work on a real ship, were real in the world and then were not, and the world could not explain how the transition happened. The historical inquiry was conducted. The evidence was gathered. The conclusions were attempted. And at the end, the world had to admit that it did not know what had happened, and the not knowing was permanent. There is a philosophical tradition that finds something valuable in this kind of irreducible mystery. The world, this tradition suggests, is not fully knowable. The assumption that everything can be explained, that every event has a legible cause, that every mystery will eventually yield to sufficient investigation, this assumption is a comfort, but it is not always warranted. Some things simply do not resolve. And learning to live with that, to be at peace with the limits of what can be known, is a form of wisdom. The Mary Celeste mystery is a good teacher of this wisdom, if you let it be. It has been investigated for 150 years by some quite clever and dedicated people, and it has not resolved. Not because the investigators were inadequate, many of them were excellent, but because the evidence is genuinely insufficient to support a definitive conclusion. The world, in this instance, did not leave enough behind. The theories continue to circulate and evolve. New investigators bring new perspectives and occasionally new information, a document found in an archive, a navigational calculation re-examined, a material analysis of some artifact from the inquiry. Each new investigation generates some new understanding and leaves most of the mystery intact. The case is like one of those puzzles that has almost enough pieces to show a picture but not quite, the outline is clear, some details are visible, but the center is missing. The center that is missing is the lived experience of the people aboard the Mary Celeste in the last days of their lives. What they saw, what they heard, what they decided, what they felt. The log records positions and weather but not the texture of existence aboard a small ship on a winter ocean. Sarah Briggs's guitar records that she played music but not what she played or what the music sounded like in the captain's cabin in the evenings when Sophia was asleep and the ship moved on through the dark water. These things are gone as completely as the people themselves. The gulf between the historical record and the human reality of the Mary Celeste is enormous. We know the dimensions of the ship and the contents of the hold and the findings of the Admiralty Court. We do not know what it felt like to stand at the helm at 3 in the morning with the stars overhead and the ship moving under you and the smell of the ocean all around. We do not know what Benjamin Briggs thought about, in the quiet hours, on the crossing that would be his last. And perhaps that is the most honest thing about the mystery, it is not really a mystery about what happened. It is a mystery about people, and people resist investigation even when they leave records, even when their lives are documented and their words survive. The inner life of a person who died 150 years ago is inaccessible in ways that go beyond the limits of historical research. Even if we knew exactly what happened on the Mary Celeste, even if a perfectly detailed account somehow emerged, we would not know what it was like. We would not know what it meant to the people who experienced it. This is the ultimate unknowing at the heart of the Mary Celeste story, and it is not unique to this story. It is the condition of all historical inquiry into individual human experience. The facts, when they can be established, establish the shape of events. But the meaning of those events, the weight they carried for the people inside them, is always somewhere else, always just out of reach. The ghost ship sails because we need it to sail. We need the image of the vessel moving through the water without its people, purposeful and indifferent, going somewhere no one directed it to go. We need that image because it speaks to something true about the world, that the world continues after we are gone, that the things we have built and cared for and relied on do not mourn our absence, that the Atlantic in December does not pause to mark the passing of 10 people into its cold embrace. The ship sailed on. It had been built to sail, and it sailed, and eventually someone found it sailing, and the mystery was made, and the mystery has continued. The ship is gone now, dissolved into the reef off Haiti, claimed at last by the water that had carried it so long. The people are gone, twice gone, gone from the world and then gone from living memory. The mystery is what remains, which is perhaps the most honest record of what happened, not an answer, but an absence. In the tradition of the oldest stories, the ones that survive because they are true in ways that facts cannot always be, the Mary Celeste offers a particular kind of truth. That the sea is very large. That the world is larger than we usually remember. That some things depart without explanation and do not return. And that living with this, accepting the not knowing as a permanent companion, is not failure. It is simply the condition of being human in a world that is always bigger than the stories we tell about it. The Atlantic is very quiet now, as you listen. The waves move in the way they always move, the long slow breathing of something immense and indifferent. Somewhere in those waters, in the place where the Mary Celeste sailed alone for 10 December days in 1872, the water is the same water it has always been, continuous, unmarked, keeping its silence. The mystery asks nothing of you. It does not need to be solved tonight. It can simply be, as it has been for 150 years, a ship sailing herself across the gray Atlantic, carrying only the questions that have no answers and the silence that has never been broken. The philosopher William James wrote, in a different context, about what he called the will to believe, the human tendency to commit to beliefs that cannot be fully verified, that exceed what the evidence strictly supports, because such commitment is part of how we function in a world that is genuinely uncertain. James was writing about religious faith, but the observation applies more broadly. We are beings who need to believe things, who need to hold the world in some kind of interpretive frame, and we do this even when the frame is imperfect and the evidence is incomplete. The various theories about the Mary Celeste are, in a sense, expressions of the will to believe applied to a specific mystery. Each theory, the alcohol fumes, the waterspout, the seaquake, the insurance fraud, the mutiny, represents a frame that makes the mystery interpretable, that gives it a cause and therefore a kind of meaning. The alcohol fumes theory says, this was a chemical accident with tragic consequences, and the world is a place where such accidents occur. The fraud theory says, this was a human crime, and the world is a place where such crimes occur. Each theory is a way of making the inexplicable legible. What is unusual about the Mary Celeste case, in the context of this analysis, is how thoroughly it resists all the frames that have been offered. Not because the frames are wrong, exactly, but because none of them can be confirmed. The mystery remains genuinely open. The will to believe has been frustrated for 150 years, and the frustration itself has become part of what the story means. There is a kind of wisdom in the long frustration of the will to believe. If every mystery were solved, if every inexplicable thing turned out to have a simple explanation, the world would feel smaller than it is. The Mary Celeste's refusal to yield to explanation is, in this sense, a service to the imagination. It keeps the world large. It insists on the existence of events that exceed our capacity to account for them, and in doing so, it reminds us that our capacity to account for things is real but limited. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein wrote, at the end of the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, that whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. He was talking about the limits of language and logical analysis, but the phrase has a resonance beyond its original context. There are things that cannot be spoken of clearly, not because they are supernatural or beyond human understanding in principle, but because the information necessary for clear speech is not available. The Mary Celeste is a case where the information is not available. The honest response is silence, not the silence of ignorance, but the silence of understanding the limits of what can be known. This is a different kind of silence from the silence of the abandoned ship. The ship's silence was absolute and eerie, the absence of the human voices and movements that should have filled it, replaced by only the sounds of the sea and the wind. The silence at the end of the investigation is different, it is the silence of inquiry that has reached its genuine limit, the silence that honest knowledge produces when it encounters the boundary of what can be established. Both silences are, in their different ways, appropriate to the Mary Celeste. The ship was silent in December 1872, and the investigation has been silent in the specific sense of having nothing definitive to say since. The two silences bracket the mystery, one at its beginning, one at its end, with 150 years of noise in between, the theories, the debates, the documentaries, the dramatizations, the books. All of that noise has not broken through to the truth. The truth sits behind the silence, wherever it is, and it does not come forward. Perhaps this is the most honest thing the Mary Celeste offers, the demonstration that some things simply remain unknown, not temporarily but permanently, and that this is not a failure of investigation but a feature of reality. The world is larger than our knowledge of it. The Atlantic in December 1872 knew things that we will never know. There is a Japanese concept, mono no aware, that translates roughly as the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness of transience that accompanies the perception of beauty. The cherry blossom is beautiful partly because it falls. The sunset is beautiful partly because it ends. The Mary Celeste story carries something of this quality, the awareness that the 10 people aboard were present, and then they were not, and the brevity of the transition between those two states is part of what makes their presence feel precious and their absence feel so particular. We know so little about what the hours before the abandonment were like. We know the ship was well provisioned, that the voyage had been proceeding satisfactorily, that the weather in the days before November 25 had been difficult but not catastrophic. We know that Sarah Briggs had written to her mother-in-law that she was enjoying the voyage. We know that Sophia was 2 years and 10 months old and was presumably doing what children that age do, making herself known, requiring attention, being alive in the specific and demanding way that very small children are alive. We know that there was a sewing machine aboard, and that Sarah Briggs played the melodeon. We know that Benjamin Briggs had a reputation for sobriety and good judgment. We know that Captain Briggs and Captain Morehouse were acquaintances, possibly friends, and had dined together the night before the Mary Celeste sailed. These details are specific enough to make the people real, not characters in a story but people who had meals and conversations and preferences and worries. And then they are gone, with no account of the going. The specificity stops. The record continues on the other side of the disappearance, with Oliver Devoe's careful inventory of what he found, but it is an inventory of absence. The people have been replaced by the objects they left behind, and the objects give no testimony. This is what grief is like, sometimes, the presence of the objects after the person has gone, the ordinary things that persist and say nothing. The melodeon. The child's toys. The captain's pipe. The letters Sarah had not yet sent. The story of the Mary Celeste is, at its heart, a story about this kind of persistence, the things that remain when the people do not, and the silence that settles over them, and the impossibility of reading from the objects the story of what happened to their owners. We grieve for the Briggs family and for the crew not because we knew them but because the story makes them specific enough that they feel, briefly, known. This is what the best storytelling does, not merely convey information, but create the conditions for genuine feeling. The Mary Celeste story creates the conditions for mourning 10 people whose story has no ending that can be verified, whose fate remains as open as the question that has attended their disappearance since December of 1872. The ocean is quiet tonight. The mystery is what it is. And the appropriate response, the response that the story has been trying to teach for 150 years, is simply to rest in the not knowing, and let the December water be dark and deep and patient, and let the ship sail on. The image of the ghost ship did not begin with the Mary Celeste, and it did not end there. Sailing folklore of every culture that has gone to sea carries stories of vessels found crewless, sailing without purpose, occupied only by the uncanny. The Flying Dutchman, the ship condemned to sail the waters around the Cape of Good Hope forever, unable to make port, is perhaps the most famous of these, a story that predates the Mary Celeste by centuries and has its own enormous cultural afterlife in opera and legend and the movies. But the Mary Celeste is different from the Flying Dutchman in a crucial way. The Flying Dutchman is myth. No one claims it was a real ship, or that its captain was a historical figure, or that its perpetual voyage is documented in Admiralty records. The Flying Dutchman exists purely in the realm of story. The Mary Celeste is historical. She was a real ship. Benjamin Briggs was a real person. The inquiry at Gibraltar was conducted by real lawyers. The myth and the fact occupy the same space, and they are impossible to fully separate. This is why the Mary Celeste has such particular power in the cultural imagination. It is a ghost story that insists on its own reality. The ghost ship did not sail through legend, it sailed through the documented history of the 19th century Atlantic trade, with a registered tonnage and a customs manifest and a cargo insurance policy. The mystery did not happen in an unspecifiable time and place. It happened in December 1872, in a stretch of ocean that can be located on a chart, at a time when the events were witnessed and recorded and argued over by real people doing real jobs. The ghost ship story, as it appears in the century and a half following the Mary Celeste, draws heavily on the template that the Mary Celeste established. The abandoned vessel with signs of recent habitation. The meal left half-eaten. The personal effects undisturbed. The single missing element, the crew, the people, the human presence that makes a ship more than a collection of timber and sailcloth. These elements, which the Mary Celeste story made famous, recur in subsequent ghost ship accounts whether or not they are actually true of the specific vessel being described. The SS Aurang Medan, supposedly found in the Straits of Malacca in the late 1940s with her entire crew dead and a final radio message of apparent terror, this story, widely circulated and repeatedly debunked, follows the Mary Celeste template closely enough that the influence is hard to miss. The ghost ship has become a genre, with its own conventions and its own expected emotional effects, and the Mary Celeste is the source document of that genre. In literature, the ghost ship appears repeatedly in forms that are clearly influenced by the Mary Celeste story, whether or not the reference is acknowledged. Conan Doyle's contribution was just the first. Joseph Conrad, whose sea novels are saturated with the particular atmosphere of maritime life and maritime mortality, returns again and again to the trope of the vessel that carries the wrong kind of cargo, the cargo of the inexplicable, the weight of things that cannot be rationally accounted for. His novella The Shadow Line, in which a young captain takes command of a ship that seems to be inhabited by the presence of its previous captain, is perhaps the most distinguished literary descendant of the Mary Celeste tradition. The 20th century produced numerous documentaries, television programs, and films about the Mary Celeste, each one reconstructing the mystery according to the conventions and anxieties of its own moment. The 1930s and 1940s produced dramatized versions that emphasized the human drama and introduced fictional characters and plotlines to fill the gaps that the historical record left. Later decades brought more forensic approaches, the serious investigation, the scientific method, the attempt to use modern tools to resolve what the Victorian inquiry could not. None of them resolved it. They could not. The mystery resists resolution not because no one has been clever enough to solve it but because the evidence that would solve it does not exist. The ocean kept it. And so the documentaries continue to be made, each one covering the same ground from a slightly different angle, each one arriving at the same ultimate admission: we do not know. The Mary Celeste has also had a second life as a metaphor. The phrase ghost ship has entered common language, used to describe organizations that continue to function in the absence of leadership, or projects that move forward without anyone clearly directing them, or relationships that carry on by inertia after the animating feeling has departed. In this metaphorical use, the Mary Celeste is the image of something that persists after its purpose has been removed, purposeful movement without purpose, motion without intention. This metaphorical use tells us something about what the image means to people beyond the specific historical case. The ghost ship as a concept speaks to a fear that is not specifically maritime, the fear that things can continue after the people who gave them meaning are gone, that the structures we build outlast us in ways that are not always comforting. The ship sails on. The organization continues to function. The relationship persists. But the person, the essential human element, is absent. It is a somewhat melancholy metaphor, and it suits the original story well. The Mary Celeste, sailing herself across the winter Atlantic, is not a hopeful image. It is an image of capability without direction, of continuation without purpose. The ship is doing what ships do, following the wind and the current, and there is no one aboard to decide where she is going or why. And yet there is something in the image that is not entirely bleak. The ship that sails herself is also the ship that refuses to sink. She continues. She maintains herself. She does what she was built to do, in the absence of the people who built her and sailed her, because that is what she is. There is a kind of stubborn competence in the image of the Mary Celeste sailing on, doing her job, making her way across the ocean, regardless of whether there is anyone aboard to appreciate it. Perhaps this is part of why the story endures, not just the dark mystery of the missing crew, but the strange dignity of the ship herself, continuing her voyage alone. She did not stop when her people left. She did not lie down in the water and wait to be found. She sailed. She pointed herself east and she sailed, and she was still sailing when the Dei Grazia spotted her on the horizon. The Mary Celeste entered the historical record through an inquiry into what had gone wrong. But the image she left behind is, in some ways, an image of something going remarkably right, a vessel of good construction, sound design, and accumulated care, doing what she had been built to do with a persistence that outlasted the people who were supposed to be in charge of her. The crew of the Dei Grazia, who took her to Gibraltar, said that she was seaworthy. She could have sailed on further. Under better circumstances, she might have made it to Genoa, cargo intact, as planned. The journey was not over when the people left. Only the people were over. This is the final image to hold from the Mary Celeste story. Not the mystery, not the theories, not the inquiry, not even the grief of the families left behind. The final image is the ship herself, on a December afternoon in 1872, sailing east across the Atlantic in a winter light that was gray and cold and beautiful in the way that such light always is, the light that has no color but contains all of them, that makes the water look like pewter or like old silver or like the surface of a mirror that has been breathing. The sails were set, if imperfectly. The hull was sound. The wind was in the north-northeast, and the ship moved with it, as she had been built to move, as she had been moving for days without anyone aboard to watch the compass or feel the cold or count the hours until Gibraltar. She was found. She was taken in. She sailed on. She was wrecked at last on a reef in warmer waters, and the sea took her back. And the story she left behind, the story of the ghost ship, the mystery that never closed, the crew that vanished without word, has sailed on in its own way for a century and a half, finding new listeners in every generation, carrying its unanswerable questions across the years as cleanly as the ship herself carried her cargo across the Atlantic. There is a particular quality to the stories we return to across generations, a quality that has nothing to do with resolution. We do not return to the Mary Celeste because someone finally explained it. We return because something about the image stays. The ship on the winter ocean, sails set, hull sound, moving east through the gray December light without anyone aboard to feel the cold or hear the water, this image lodges in the mind and does not leave. It is the image of a question that persists long after the urgency of the asking has faded. The Romantics understood this quality in landscapes and in ruin. They felt it in the broken arch of an abbey, in the half-buried pillar of a temple, in anything that carried evidence of human endeavor outlasting the humans who had made it. There is a word in German, Weltschmerz, for the kind of sadness that is not personal but cosmological, the sadness of feeling the weight of the world's indifference to human experience. The Mary Celeste in her December solitude carries something of that feeling. She is not sad because she has lost her crew. She is indifferent. She sails on, as indifferent to their absence as the Atlantic that carries her. And yet the people who tell her story, generation after generation, are not indifferent. They care about Benjamin Briggs and his family. They wonder what Sarah felt in the final minutes, if there were final minutes. They think about Sophia, who was not quite 3 years old and who could not have understood what was happening around her. They think about the 7 sailors, about families in Germany and America who waited for letters that stopped coming, who were eventually told that the ship had been found and the people had not. The story accumulates this human caring even as the ship herself moves through it with perfect unconcern. Perhaps this is the real reason the Mary Celeste endures as a cultural object, not despite its lack of resolution, but because of it. The story creates space for human feeling without directing it toward a single conclusion. You can mourn the Briggs family. You can admire Benjamin's known competence and decency. You can imagine Sarah's voice, the child's voice, the ordinary shipboard sounds of a voyage that was proceeding well until it was not. You can hold all of this, and then you can also hold the openness, the not knowing, the space where the explanation should be and isn't. In that openness, something breathes. The story remains alive in a way that stories with explanation sometimes do not. When the mystery is solved, the story closes. When it remains open, you carry it with you, and something in the carrying makes you think about the sea differently, about the distance between people and the silence that can open up inside ordinary life without warning or reason, and about the strange persistence of things, ships, stories, questions, long after the people who gave them meaning are gone. Let the ship sail on tonight. Let the December water hold it. Let the mystery be what it is, not a problem to be solved before you sleep, but a companion, a presence, the sound of wind in empty rigging and the slow movement of a vessel on its way to somewhere it will never quite arrive. The Mary Celeste is the most famous abandoned ship in history, but she is not the only one. The North Atlantic in the age of sail generated more than its share of mysterious derelicts, vessels found drifting or sailing without their crews, sometimes with cargoes intact, sometimes stripped, sometimes showing signs of what had happened and sometimes showing nothing useful at all. The Mary Celeste occupies a special position in this tradition not because her case is necessarily the strangest but because her case happened to be well documented, well publicized, and permanently unresolved. The Carol A. Deering is perhaps the most frequently mentioned of the other famous ghost ships. She was an American 5-masted schooner found aground on the shoals of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, in late January of 1921, nearly 50 years after the Mary Celeste. She was found with her sails set and her anchors gone, food still cooking on the stove in the galley, lifeboat still aboard, steering gear damaged. Her crew of 11 men had vanished. The Carol A. Deering case was investigated extensively by the American government, the State Department, the Department of Commerce, the Justice Department, the Treasury Department, and the Navy all participated in an investigation that produced a great many documents and no definitive conclusion. Theories ranged from mutiny to piracy by rum runners who were active in those waters during Prohibition to a waterspout to a simple catastrophic accident of undetermined type. None of the theories was ever confirmed. The crew was never found. The comparison between the Mary Celeste and the Carol A. Deering is instructive. Both cases featured a vessel found apparently functional with her crew missing. Both cases were investigated at considerable official expense without reaching a definitive conclusion. Both have been discussed and theorized about for decades without the mystery being resolved. And both have attracted the overlay of myth and embellishment that attaches to such cases. The meal left half-eaten, Deering stove had food cooking. In some versions this becomes a feast laid for people who never sat down to eat it. The SS Aurang Medan is a case in the opposite direction, a ghost ship story that has been extensively investigated and found to be of doubtful historical reality. The story, widely circulated from the 1940s onward, described a Dutch freighter found in the Strait of Malacca in 1947 or 1948 with her crew dead of mysterious causes and a final distress signal describing something terrible happening to everyone aboard. The ship then supposedly exploded and sank before she could be salvaged. The problem with the Aurang Medan story is that no credible documentary evidence of the ship's existence has been found. No Dutch maritime registry records the vessel. No contemporary newspaper accounts of the incident have been located. The story appears to have originated in a series of articles published in a Dutch newspaper in 1948, which themselves may have been based on a magazine piece of uncertain origin. By the standards of historical investigation, the Aurang Medan does not exist, or at least, the evidence for her existence is insufficient to establish the story as historical fact. This contrast, the Mary Celeste, historically documented and genuinely mysterious, versus the Aurang Medan, atmospherically compelling but historically dubious, illustrates something important about the ghost ship tradition. The appeal of such stories is strong enough that they generate their own historical-seeming documents, their own tradition of testimony, their own weight of apparent evidence. People want ghost ship stories to be true, and the desire creates the conditions in which stories that are not true come to circulate with the conviction of the actually documented. The Mary Celeste benefits from this desire even while being genuinely historical. Because the story is real and the mystery is real, it attracts to itself the embellishments and additions that belong to the genre, the half-eaten meal, the warm tea, the table set for people who never came. These details are not in the historical record, but they fit the story so well that they have become part of it in the popular imagination, indistinguishable from the facts that the historical record actually supports. There are other, less famous cases of derelict vessels that share characteristics with the Mary Celeste. The Joyita, found drifting in the Pacific in 1955 with 25 people missing and significant flooding but no apparent reason for the abandonment. The Kaz II, an Australian yacht found adrift in 2007 with its engines still running, food on the table, a laptop open, and 3 men missing. The Andrea Gale is not a ghost ship exactly, She was a commercial fishing vessel that went down in a great storm in 1991, her loss documented in a book and film, but the combination of loss and mystery and the North Atlantic connects her to the tradition. What these cases share, beyond the obvious feature of missing people, is the quality of the interrupted ordinary. The meal on the table. The engine running. The sails set. The sense that whatever happened, happened in the middle of something else, in the middle of eating, in the middle of sailing, in the middle of the ordinary work of ordinary people doing ordinary things. The interruption of the ordinary is what makes these stories disturbing in a way that ordinary disasters are not. A ship sunk by a hurricane is terrible, but it is comprehensible. The ocean produced a force that exceeded the ship's resistance, and the ship was overwhelmed. The logic is clear, the mechanism understood. A ship found sailing itself, with the table set and the meal prepared and no sign of what happened to the people. This is not comprehensible in the same way. The mechanism is unknown. The logic is absent. The ordinary has become inexplicable. This is what the ghost ship tradition is really about, not the supernatural, not, usually, the criminal, but the fundamentally inexplicable. The ghost ship is the image of the moment when the ordinary stops being ordinary without warning or reason, and something else takes its place. It is the maritime version of a door that opens onto a room that should not exist, a violation of the expected continuity of the world, a reminder that the ordinary is not guaranteed. The Mary Celeste crystallized this image for the modern imagination. She was the right ship, in the right place, at the right historical moment, documented well enough to be real, mysterious enough to be indefinitely compelling, found in conditions that allowed the myth to grow up around the facts without immediately being contradicted by them. She became the template for a kind of story that speaks to something genuinely human. Other ships have sailed themselves across other stretches of water, before and since. The ocean is very large, and the age of sail produced many such vessels, ships that parted from their crews for reasons that were sometimes understood and sometimes not, that drifted or sailed on without human direction until they were found or until they sank. Most of these incidents were resolved, or were too routine to attract lasting attention. The Mary Celeste was the one that wasn't, the one that remained, the one that kept sailing through the decades and the centuries in the imagination of everyone who heard the story. Consider what it means that the Carol A. Deering generated 5 federal agencies and no answer. Or that the Joyita was found so badly flooded that investigators could not determine whether the crew abandoned her or were taken from her. Or that the Cas-2, in the age of satellite phones and GPS and all the navigational precision that would have saved Benjamin Briggs any number of anxieties, still managed to vanish her 3 crew members in conditions that left investigators unable to say with certainty what had happened. The sea keeps its counsel across the centuries, as if it owes no one an accounting. This is humbling, in the best sense of the word. We tend to believe that the accumulation of technology and knowledge and documentation will eventually explain everything, that the space for mystery will shrink as the space for information grows. The ghost ship tradition suggests otherwise. People have been going to sea for thousands of years, recording what they find, investigating what puzzles them, and still the sea gives back, from time to time, a vessel that sailed itself, a crew that went without trace, a case that the files cannot close. There is a kind of comfort in this, if you let it be comfort rather than dread. The universe is not entirely legible. Some things remain outside the reach of explanation, and the sky does not fall because of it. The Mary Celeste sailed for days without her crew and did not sink. The mystery endured for a century and a half without resolution and did not collapse into meaninglessness. Things can persist in a state of open question, and life goes on around the question, and the question itself becomes part of the texture of experience, a place where the mind can rest without needing to resolve. What do you do, after all, with something you cannot explain? You carry it. You tell it to the next person. You find in the telling something that the solving could never have given you, the practice of sitting with uncertainty, of holding the open question gently, of letting the ship sail on without insisting that it arrive somewhere you can name. Tonight, as you settle into stillness, the ghost ships of history are drifting somewhere in the dark water of the imagination, the Carol A. Deering on her Carolina shoal, the Joyita in the long Pacific, the Mary Celeste moving east through December. Their mysteries are not burdens to carry into sleep. They are the sound of the sea, which has always been larger than our understanding of it, and which sails on regardless, indifferent and beautiful, carrying its open questions to shores that have no names. She keeps sailing. Tonight she is out there somewhere in the imagination, in the December gray, doing what ships do, pointing east and moving, following the wind, carrying her mystery forward into water that has no memory and no account. The North Atlantic at night, in December, is a place of considerable darkness. There is no ambient light from the land because the land is very far away, several hundred miles in any direction, the islands scattered across the ocean floor like memories of something that was once continuous but has since divided and drifted apart. The stars, when the sky is clear, are the brightest things in the world. When the sky is overcast, there is nothing. In 1872, there was no radar. No satellite navigation. No radio. No sonar to sound the depths below the keel. The instruments available to a ship's captain on the North Atlantic in the 19th century were the compass, the sextant, the chronometer, the lead line for sounding in shallow water, and the accumulated knowledge of a lifetime of observation. These were not nothing. Skilled navigators could cross the Atlantic with impressive accuracy using these tools, but they were not what we have now, and the ocean they sailed was, in important ways, a different ocean. The ocean now has been mapped and measured and monitored to a degree that would have been unimaginable in 1872. Satellites track every vessel of significant size. Weather systems are observed from space and predicted with fair accuracy days in advance. Rescue services exist and are equipped to respond to distress signals anywhere in the world's major shipping lanes. A ship that gets into difficulty can call for help and can be located with precision. The Mary Celeste had none of this. Her captain navigated by the position of the sun and the stars, corrected by tables that had been compiled over generations of observation, and trusted his instruments and his knowledge and his crew. If something went wrong, there was no one to call. There was no help to signal for. There was only the ship, and the sea, and the horizon that was always the same distance away. This is the world in which the Mary Celeste story happened, and it is a world that we can understand intellectually but cannot quite inhabit emotionally. The isolation of a 19th-century sailing vessel on the open ocean is a fact that our connected, monitored, tracked world has made genuinely difficult to imagine. We live in a world where the idea of being truly alone, truly out of communication, truly beyond the reach of any kind of assistance, is almost theoretical. For Benjamin Briggs and his crew, it was not theoretical. It was the daily condition of their working lives. They were accustomed to it. They did not find it frightening in ordinary circumstances. This was the world they had chosen, the work they knew, the ocean they had crossed many times. But in extraordinary circumstances, the isolation was absolute, and there was no remedy for it. Whatever happened on the Mary Celeste happened in that absolute isolation. There was no one to call. There was no rescue possible. There was only the decision that was made, the boats, the ocean, the receding ship, and the consequences of that decision played out in a space that had no witness and offered no second chances. The ocean tonight is the same ocean. It has been moved around the world by the same circulation that has been operating for millions of years, the thermohaline conveyor, the deep water flowing, the surface currents following the wind, and the patch of Atlantic where the Mary Celeste sailed in December of 1872 is still there, still cold, still gray in the winter light, still keeping its silence. If you were to go there tonight, to that specific stretch of water between the Azores and the Portuguese coast, in the latitude of the Canary Islands and the longitude of mid-ocean, you would find only water. The sea does not mark its significant events. The place where the Mary Celeste was found is indistinguishable from the places around it, the same grey-blue depth, the same long swells, the same sky. But the water itself is continuous. The water that surrounded the Mary Celeste in December 1872 is still in the ocean, dispersed by the great mixing of the sea, moved to different latitudes and different depths, but not gone. The ocean does not lose its water. It circulates it, the way memory circulates the past, moving it through different contexts, changing its relationship to other things, but keeping it. There is something restful in this, if you let yourself find it. The ocean is very old. The events that happened on its surface in December 1872 were not the oldest things that had happened there, not by hundreds of millions of years. The sea was there before the ships, and it will be there after them, and it receives everything eventually, the wreck on the reef, the crew in the boat, the mystery that was never solved, and it keeps them in its own way, unchanged in its essential nature. You are lying somewhere warm and dry, listening to this story, and the ocean is outside the world of your immediate experience but not very far away in the larger sense, the same atmosphere, the same sky, the same circulation of weather that connects all places on Earth. The North Atlantic in December is cold and dark tonight, as it was in 1872, and the swells are moving as they always move, and the wind is doing what the wind does. Let the ship sail. Let the mystery be. Let the crew of the Mary Celeste continue their passage through the December water of your imagination, moving east toward a destination they will not reach, carrying with them the ordinary details of their ordinary lives, the guitar, the sewing, the boots left in the berth, the logbook with its careful entries in a careful hand. They were real people. They were there. They had hands that felt the cold and eyes that watched the horizon and voices that spoke to each other in the dark of the ship at night, and the voices are gone now but they were there. Benjamin Briggs stood at the helm and felt the ship under him. Sarah played her guitar in the cabin when the baby was asleep. The crew did their watches and ate their meals and did the work of sailing, which is the most ancient work that people have done on the ocean. And then they were gone, and the ship sailed on, and the mystery followed it, and has been following it ever since, and tonight it has found you, here in whatever quiet place you have made for yourself, and you have let it in, and that is enough. The ship is still sailing. The mystery is still open. The ocean is still out there, dark and cold and patient. And you are here, warm, breathing slowly, the story settling around you like the surface of still water. Let yourself rest now. Let the ship sail without you for a while. You can find it again when you wake, still out there on the gray Atlantic, still moving east, still carrying its unanswerable questions into the dark. The thing about the ocean at night, that those who have been at sea know in their bodies in a way that those who have not cannot quite understand, is its completeness. There is nothing else. The horizon is gone, absorbed into the dark. The sky is there, if the sky is clear, with its extraordinary abundance of stars, but it is not separate from the ocean the way it seems from land. It curves down to meet the water, and the water curves up to meet it, and at a certain point you cannot be certain which is which, and the ship is simply present in the middle of it, without any particular orientation that the eye can confirm. This is the ocean that Benjamin Briggs navigated by the stars and the compass and his accumulated sense of where he was. This is the ocean that Sarah Briggs looked out at from the cabin windows, or stood on deck to watch in the evening when the baby was settled. This is the ocean that the crew worked in through the night watches, feeling it move under them, hearing it against the hull, knowing it in the way that working people know the medium they spend their lives in. The ocean of 1872 was the same ocean it is now in all the ways that matter to a person present in it. The same cold and dark. The same sound of water against a wooden hull, though there are few wooden hulls now to hear it against. The same stars overhead, unchanged in their pattern since the people who first drew those patterns on papyrus in Egypt and in Babylon. The same current, the same temperature gradient, the same long Atlantic swell that crosses the ocean from west to east carrying the memory of the wind that made it. When you rest tonight, the ocean is doing what it always does. It is not waiting. It is not remembering. It is not making any particular effort in any direction. It is simply being what it is, salt water and depth, continuously, everywhere it is, without pause or purpose or the kind of meaning that human beings bring to things. The Mary Celeste is part of the ocean now. The people who were on her are part of the ocean now, or the earth, or the air, returned by whatever process returns people to the world they are made from. The mystery they left behind is the only part of them that persists in anything like its original form, and even that has changed, accumulating interpretations and embellishments and theories the way a reef accumulates life. You have sat with the mystery tonight. You have kept company with the ship and the people and the December water and the Gibraltar courtroom and the young doctor writing his story in Portsmouth and the 70-year-old man who was 7 when his parents sailed away. You have held all of this, gently, in the way that stories are held, not gripping, not pressing for resolution, just allowing the weight of them to rest in your awareness. Now let it rest. The story is done for tonight. The ship sails on without you, as it sailed without its crew, eastward into whatever December dark exists at the edges of imagination and sleep. Your breathing is slow. The place you are in is warm. The sounds around you are the sounds of safety, of rest, of the ordinary evening world that holds you without ceremony or drama or the need for explanation. Let the ocean be far away. Let the Atlantic in December be somewhere else, somewhere cold and gray and beautiful in the way that cold gray beauty is, while you are here, in this warmth, in this quiet. Let everything you have heard tonight settle, like sediment, like sand, into the deeper and quieter places where the things we carry go when we are not actively carrying them. Sleep is a kind of ocean. It receives you without fuss. It holds you without explanation. It asks nothing of you except that you stop doing and simply be, for a while, in the dark and the quiet where the ordinary world cannot reach. The ship is still sailing. You are still here. Both of these things are true, and both of them are fine. Thank you so much for watching. If you would like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. It really helps us continue making more content. Anyways, see you in the next one. The story is done now. The Mary Celeste has sailed to the edge of your awareness and gone beyond it, into the water and the dark and the quiet that is always there when the stories stop. You are very still. Your breathing is slow. The place where you are is warm, and the sounds around you are the sounds of wherever you have found yourself tonight, familiar sounds, sounds that mean you are safe and resting, sounds that do not require anything of you. The ocean is far away. The December Atlantic with its gray swells and its cold wind is somewhere very distant, a place you visited tonight and from which you have now returned. You have been out on the water, and you have come back, and now you are here. Let the mystery continue without you. Let the Mary Celeste sail on in whatever ocean exists beyond the edge of sleep. Let Benjamin Briggs stand at his helm in the December dark, feeling the ship under him, watching the compass, doing the work he knows. Let Sarah play her guitar in the warm cabin. Let Sophia sleep the way children sleep at sea, rocking gently with the motion of the ship, unaware of the water all around. They are held, in whatever way the past holds the people who have gone. The ocean holds them. The story holds them. And you have held them tonight, which is a kind of keeping. Now let them go. Let the ship sail where it will. Let the ocean be as large as it is, as dark as it is, as quiet as it has always been in the spaces between the stories. Your eyes are heavy. Your body is very comfortable where it is. The day has been long, and you have spent time tonight in the company of the sea, and the sea has been generous with its silence, and now the silence is yours. Breathe in. Breathe out. The ship moves on the water. The water moves the ship. The dark is very soft and very complete, and you are inside it now, sinking slowly into the warmth and the quiet. The Atlantic in December. A ship sailing itself. The waves moving as they have always moved, as they will always move, long after every story has been told and every mystery has found whatever peace mysteries find in the end. Sleep now. The ocean is patient. The ship will be there when you return. If you liked this video, let me know where in the world you are watching from and what time it is. I am always curious about that. And if you have a topic you would like to hear about, leave it in the comments. What do you think really happened to the crew of the Mary Celeste? The questions that keep us curious are the ones worth asking. The Mary Celeste has been asking hers for more than a century and a half, and she is still asking, in the quiet water and the winter dark, wherever it is that unanswered things continue to drift when the world that first encountered them has moved on. She is patient. She can wait. And somewhere in the long space between the question and the answer, there is enough room to rest, and breathe, and let the darkness of the open ocean hold you for a little while before sleep comes in.